There are secrets in this world that powerful people never wanted you to know. Stories of deception, cover-ups, and betrayal that reveal how far those in power will go to protect their interests. From Wall Street titans who plotted to install a fascist dictator in America, to chemical corporations that buried toxic waste beneath family neighborhoods, tonight we're uncovering the conspiracies that history tried to erase. Before we dive into it, here's a quick note. The visuals in this video aren't necessary to enjoy the stories. They make it more dynamic, but you can keep up with the stories strictly through the audio. Feel free to let this play in the background while you work, relax, or even fall asleep to these dark and hidden chapters of history. And if you'd like to support me making these videos, consider subscribing to the channel. Let's begin our journey through the conspiracies history tried to bury forever. In the summer of 1934, as America struggled through the depths of the Great Depression, a group of powerful businessmen gathered in shadowy boardrooms and private clubs. They weren't discussing stock prices or market strategies. Instead, they were plotting something far more sinister: the overthrow of the President of the United States. This wasn't some wild conspiracy theory dreamed up by paranoid minds. This was real, documented, and came closer to success than most people realize. The target was Franklin Delano Roosevelt, the 32nd President of the United States, whose New Deal policies had made him enemies among America's wealthiest elite. The plan was audacious in its scope and terrifying in its implications. They called it the business plot, though it would later be known by many names: the Wall Street Putsch, the White House coup, or simply the plot against America. But here's what makes this story so unsettling. It wasn't uncovered by government investigators or intelligence agencies. It was exposed by the very man they tried to recruit to lead their coup, a decorated Marine Corps general who chose country over conspiracy. And when the truth finally came to light, the full extent of the plot was buried beneath layers of political maneuvering and media silence. The question that haunts historians to this day is simple yet chilling. How close did they actually come to succeeding? To understand the business plot, we need to step back into the world of 1933 America. The country was reeling from economic collapse. Banks had failed, businesses had shuttered, and unemployment had soared to 25%. Breadlines stretched around city blocks, and makeshift camps of homeless families, mockingly called Hoovervilles, had sprung up in every major city. Into this chaos stepped Franklin Roosevelt, promising a new deal for the American people. Roosevelt's policies were revolutionary for their time. He created massive public works programs, established Social Security, and implemented strict regulations on banks and Wall Street. The Works Progress Administration put millions of Americans back to work building roads, bridges, and public buildings. The Civilian Conservation Corps employed young men to plant trees and develop national parks. For ordinary Americans, Roosevelt was a savior. But for the wealthy elite who had profited from the old system, he was something else entirely, a threat to their power and wealth. The American Liberty League was formed in 1934, ostensibly as a political organization dedicated to defending the Constitution and individual liberty. But beneath its patriotic rhetoric lay something far more sinister. The League was funded by some of America's most powerful families and corporations: the DuPonts, who controlled the chemical industry; the Mellons, who owned vast banking and industrial empires; officials from General Motors, Goodyear, and U.S. Steel; and members of the Morgan banking dynasty. These weren't just wealthy individuals upset about higher taxes. They were titans of industry who had built their fortunes on the backs of workers they paid pennies, in an economy where regulations barely existed. Roosevelt's New Deal threatened to fundamentally change the relationship between capital and labor, between the wealthy and everyone else. To them, this wasn't just bad policy, it was an existential threat to their way of life. As Roosevelt's first term progressed, their opposition grew more desperate. Traditional political opposition hadn't worked. The American people had elected Roosevelt by a landslide, and his popularity remained high despite fierce criticism from conservative newspapers and politicians. Something more drastic was needed, something that would remove Roosevelt from power permanently. The solution they settled upon was both brilliant and terrifying in its simplicity. They would recruit a popular military figure to lead a veterans' march on Washington, similar to the Bonus Army March of 1932. But this time, instead of demanding payment of war bonuses, the veterans would demand Roosevelt's resignation. If he refused, they would simply remove him by force, installing their chosen general as the head of a new government. The man they chose to approach was Major General Smedley Darlington Butler, one of the most decorated Marines in American history. Butler was a two-time Medal of Honor recipient who had served with distinction in the Philippines, China, Central America, and France during World War I. He was beloved by veterans and had a reputation for speaking his mind, often criticizing what he saw as the military's role in protecting American business interests abroad. In fact, Butler had famously declared that he had been a racketeer for capitalism, using military force to secure profits for American corporations. To the conspirators, Butler seemed like the perfect choice. He was popular with veterans, had impeccable military credentials, and had shown himself willing to criticize the government. What they didn't count on was his unwavering loyalty to the Constitution and democratic principles. Butler may have been critical of how America used its military power, but he was absolutely committed to the idea that civilian leadership should control the military, not the other way around. The approach to Butler began in the summer of 1934 through Gerald Mack Geyer, a bond trader and American Legion official who had connections to wealthy financiers. Mack Geyer initially presented himself as someone interested in Butler's views on veterans' affairs and monetary policy. He spoke of wealthy backers who were concerned about the direction of the country and wanted to support veterans' causes. The conversations continued over several months, with Mack Geyer gradually revealing more about the true nature of his backers' intentions. He spoke of a plan to organize veterans into a new organization that would pressure Roosevelt to adopt more conservative economic policies. He mentioned that wealthy industrialists were prepared to fund this organization with millions of dollars. He even showed Butler bank statements proving that substantial funds were available. As the months passed, Mack Geyer's proposals became more explicit and more alarming. He spoke of the success of fascist movements in Europe, particularly in Italy and Germany, where strongmen had taken power with the support of military veterans and conservative businessmen. He suggested that America needed something similar, a strong leader who could restore order and protect traditional values. The most chilling moment came when Mack Geyer presented Butler with what he claimed was the plan's ultimate goal. According to Butler's later testimony, Mack Geyer told him that the organization of veterans would march on Washington with a force of 500,000 men. They would demand that Roosevelt create a new position, a Secretary of General Affairs who would handle all domestic issues while Roosevelt focused solely on foreign policy. If Roosevelt refused, the veterans would simply take control of the government by force. Butler would be installed as this Secretary of General Affairs, effectively making him the real power in the American government. The plan was modeled on the way fascist movements had taken power in Europe, using the appearance of legality and popular support to mask what was essentially a military coup. Roosevelt would remain as a figurehead president, but all real power would rest with Butler and his wealthy backers. What Mack Geyer and his co-conspirators didn't realize was that they had completely misjudged their target. Butler was appalled by what he was hearing. The idea of using military force against a democratically elected government was anathema to everything he believed in. But instead of immediately rejecting the offer, Butler made a decision that would ultimately expose the entire plot. He decided to play along, gathering as much information as possible about the conspiracy's scope and the identities of those involved. Over the following weeks, Butler met repeatedly with Mac Geyer and other representatives of the conspiracy. He learned that the plot had significant financial backing, with estimates of available funds ranging from $3 million to $300 million, an enormous sum in 1934 dollars. He was told that weapons and equipment could be secured, and that they had identified military units that might be sympathetic to their cause. Butler also learned about the broader political strategy behind the coup attempt. The conspirators weren't just planning to remove Roosevelt. They intended to fundamentally reshape American government along fascist lines. They spoke admiringly of Mussolini's Italy and Hitler's Germany, seeing these as models for what America could become under the right leadership. They believed that democracy had failed, that the common people couldn't be trusted to make the right decisions, and that a strong leader backed by business interests was what the country needed. The more Butler learned, the more convinced he became that this was a serious threat to American democracy. These weren't just wealthy malcontents venting their frustrations. They were organized, well-funded, and committed to action. They had studied successful coups in other countries and were adapting those techniques to American conditions. Most importantly, they genuinely believed they could succeed. By late 1934, Butler had heard enough. He made contact with Paul Comlai French, a reporter for the Philadelphia Record and the New York Post, and began sharing what he had learned about the conspiracy. French was initially skeptical. The story seemed too incredible to believe. But as Butler provided more details and documentation, French realized he was dealing with something unprecedented in American history. French's initial articles about the business plot appeared in late November 1934, but they received relatively little attention. The story seemed too fantastic for most people to take seriously. A group of wealthy businessmen plotting to overthrow the President of the United States. It sounded like something from a Hollywood thriller, not real life. However, the story gained credibility when the House of Representatives decided to investigate. The House Un-American Activities Committee, then known as the McCormack-Dickstein Committee, began holding hearings in November 1934. Butler was called to testify, and his account of the conspiracy was both detailed and damning. Under oath, Butler described his conversations with Mac Geyer and others involved in the plot. He provided specific details about the planned march on Washington, the financial backing for the operation, and the ultimate goal of establishing a fascist-style government in the United States. His testimony was corroborated by other witnesses, including Paul French, who had independently investigated the conspiracy. The committee's investigation revealed the involvement of several prominent figures in American business and politics. Gerald Mac Geyer was confirmed to have approached Butler on behalf of wealthy backers. Robert Sterling Clark, an heir to the Singer sewing machine fortune, was identified as one of the conspiracy's financial backers. Grayson Murphy, a prominent banker and American Legion official, was also implicated in the plot. Perhaps most significantly, the investigation uncovered connections between the American Liberty League and the business plot. While the League's leaders denied any direct involvement in planning a coup, the committee found that many of the same individuals and organizations that funded the League were also connected to the conspiracy against Roosevelt. The committee's final report, released in February 1935, concluded that Butler's allegations were credible and that a plot against the government had indeed existed. The report stated, "In the last few weeks of the committee's official life, it received evidence showing that certain persons had made an attempt to establish a fascist organization in this country. There is no question that these attempts were discussed, were planned, and might have been placed in execution when, and if the financial backers deemed it expedient. However, the report's impact was limited by political considerations and media coverage. Many newspapers either ignored the story entirely or treated it as a minor political controversy. The Roosevelt administration, perhaps concerned about the potential for panic or political instability, chose not to pursue prosecutions against the alleged conspirators. The story gradually faded from public attention, remembered only by historians and political scholars. But the questions raised by the business plot continue to resonate today. How seriously should we take the threat it represented? Were Butler and the congressional investigators correct in believing that a fascist coup was actually possible in 1934 America? Or was this simply the fantasy of wealthy individuals who were frustrated by their loss of political influence? The evidence suggests that the threat was real and significant. The conspirators had substantial financial resources, political connections, and a detailed plan for seizing power. They had studied successful coups in other countries and were adapting those techniques to American conditions. Most importantly, they were operating in a political environment where democratic institutions were under severe stress, and many Americans were questioning whether democracy could effectively address the country's problems. The economic crisis of the Great Depression had created conditions similar to those that had allowed fascist movements to succeed in Europe. Millions of Americans were unemployed, desperate, and looking for someone to blame for their suffering. Veterans, in particular, felt betrayed by a government that had promised them benefits but failed to deliver. In Germany and Italy, similar conditions had allowed charismatic leaders to mobilize popular discontent into movements that ultimately destroyed democratic government. The conspirators clearly believed they could replicate this success in America. They had identified veterans as their key constituency, just as fascist movements in Europe had relied heavily on former soldiers. They had secured substantial financial backing from wealthy individuals who felt threatened by Roosevelt's reforms. They had even identified a charismatic military leader who they believed could serve as their American Mussolini. What they hadn't counted on was the strength of American democratic traditions and the integrity of individuals like Smedley Butler. Butler's decision to expose the plot rather than join it may have prevented one of the greatest disasters in American history. By choosing loyalty to the Constitution over personal ambition or financial gain, Butler demonstrated the kind of civic virtue that democracy depends upon to survive. The business plot also reveals something important about the nature of threats to democratic government. The greatest danger doesn't always come from external enemies or revolutionary movements. Sometimes it comes from within, from powerful individuals who have benefited from the existing system, but are willing to destroy it when their interests are threatened. The wealthy backers of the business plot weren't foreign agents or communist revolutionaries. They were prominent American businessmen, pillars of their communities, respected members of society. They had built their fortunes within the American system and had every reason to support it. But when that system began to change in ways they didn't like, they were prepared to abandon democracy entirely. This pattern has repeated throughout history. In Germany, it wasn't just Nazi true believers who brought Hitler to power. It was conservative politicians and businessmen who thought they could use the Nazis for their own purposes. In Chile in 1973, it wasn't just military officers who supported Pinochet's coup. It was wealthy civilians who feared socialist policies would threaten their interests. The business plot reminds us that democracy is always fragile, always dependent on the commitment of its citizens to preserve it. When powerful individuals decide that their interests are more important than democratic principles, they can pose a serious threat to the entire system. The fact that the business plot was ultimately unsuccessful doesn't diminish its significance as a warning about the vulnerabilities of democratic government. Today, as we face new challenges to democratic institutions, the lessons of the business plot remain relevant. The specific tactics may have changed, but the underlying dynamic remains the same. When powerful interests feel threatened by democratic change, they may be tempted to use undemocratic means to protect their position. Understanding this history can help us recognize and resist such threats when they emerge. The story of the business plot also highlights the importance of individuals who are willing to put principle above personal interest. Smedley Butler could have joined the conspiracy and potentially gained enormous power and wealth. Instead, he chose to expose it, knowing that doing so would make him enemies among some of the most powerful people in America. His courage in the face of such temptation provides a model for how citizens should respond when confronted with threats to democratic government. But perhaps the most unsettling aspect of the business plot is how close it may have come to success. The conspirators had substantial resources, detailed plans, and the backing of some of America's most influential figures. If they had chosen a different military leader, someone more ambitious and less principled than Butler, the outcome might have been very different. The fact that American democracy survived this threat may have been more a matter of luck than institutional strength. This realization should give us pause as we consider the current state of democratic institutions. The business plot succeeded in remaining largely hidden from public view for decades, known only to a small number of historians and researchers. How many other threats to democracy have remained secret? How many plots have we never learned about? And how can we be sure that similar conspiracies aren't being planned today? The business plot stands as one of history's great what-if moments. What if Butler had agreed to lead the coup? What if the conspirators had succeeded in installing a fascist government in the United States? How would American history and world history have been different? These questions can never be definitively answered, but they remind us of how precarious democratic government can be and how much depends on the choices made by individual citizens in moments of crisis. In the quiet suburban neighborhood of Love Canal, nestled in Niagara Falls, New York, families went about their daily lives in what they believed was the American dream made manifest. Children played in well-maintained yards, rode their bicycles down tree-lined streets, and attended a modern elementary school. Parents worked steady jobs and took pride in their homes, their community, and their future. But beneath their feet, hidden from view, lay one of the most devastating environmental disasters in American history. A toxic time bomb that had been deliberately concealed by one of the nation's most powerful corporations. For decades, the Hooker Chemical Company had used Love Canal as their personal dumping ground, burying thousands of tons of chemical waste in what would later become the foundation of a thriving residential community. When health problems began to emerge, birth defects, cancer, mysterious illnesses, the company's response wasn't to come clean about what they had done. Instead, they embarked on a systematic campaign of denial, deception, and cover-up that would last for years and affect thousands of innocent people. This isn't just a story about corporate negligence or environmental contamination. This is a story about how far powerful interests will go to protect their profits, even when human lives hang in the balance. It's about families who trusted that their government and the companies operating in their community would protect them, only to discover that they had been betrayed in the most fundamental way possible. And it's about how the truth, no matter how deeply buried, has a way of eventually surfacing, often when it's almost too late. The story begins in the 1890s, when William T. Love had a grand vision for the area around Niagara Falls. He planned to build a model industrial city that would harness the power of the falls to provide cheap electricity for manufacturing. Central to his plan was a canal that would connect the upper and lower Niagara River, allowing ships to bypass the falls while generating hydroelectric power. Construction began in 1896, but Love's dream was short-lived. Economic depression and the development of alternating current technology, which could transmit electricity over long distances, made his project obsolete. By 1910, work had stopped, leaving behind only a partially completed canal, about 3,000 feet long, 10 feet deep, and 100 feet wide. For the next several decades, the abandoned Love Canal sat empty, slowly filling with water and becoming an informal swimming hole for local children. The land around it remained largely undeveloped, a forgotten remnant of one man's failed industrial vision. But in the 1940s, the Hooker Chemical Company, later known as Hooker Chemicals and Plastics Corporation, began to see the abandoned canal as something else entirely, the perfect place to dispose of their industrial waste. Hooker Chemical was a major producer of chlorinated hydrocarbons, chemicals used in everything from plastics to pesticides. Their manufacturing processes generated enormous quantities of toxic waste substances that were known to be dangerous even by the standards of the time. Rather than investing in expensive treatment and disposal methods, Hooker saw the abandoned Love Canal as a cheap and convenient solution to their waste problem. Beginning in 1942, Hooker began dumping chemical waste directly into Love Canal. Over the next 11 years, they would dispose of approximately 21,000 tons of chemical waste in the canal, including some of the most toxic substances known to science. Among the chemicals buried there were benzene, a known carcinogen, toluene, which can cause nervous system damage, dioxin, one of the most poisonous substances ever created, and dozens of other compounds that could cause cancer, birth defects, and organ damage. The disposal process was crude and dangerous. Workers would simply drive trucks to the edge of the canal and dump barrels of waste directly into the water. Many of the barrels were already corroded or damaged, leaking their contents as they were unloaded. Others were deliberately punctured to allow the liquid waste to flow out. There was no effort to contain the chemicals or prevent them from seeping into the surrounding soil and groundwater. The only goal was to get the waste out of Hooker's facilities as quickly and cheaply as possible. By 1953, the canal was full. Hooker covered the waste with a thin layer of clay and soil, creating what appeared to be an empty lot. To most observers, there was no indication that one of the most contaminated sites in America lay just beneath the surface. The company then faced a new problem: what to do with the land now that it was no longer useful for waste disposal. The solution came from an unexpected source. The Niagara Falls School Board was looking for land to build a new elementary school to serve the growing population in the area. Love Canal seemed perfect. It was centrally located, reasonably priced, and appeared to be suitable for construction. When the school board approached Hooker about purchasing the land, the company saw an opportunity to get rid of a potential liability while maintaining the appearance of being a good corporate citizen. Here's where the story takes a particularly sinister turn. Hooker didn't simply sell the land without mentioning what was buried there. Company officials knew exactly what they had done to the site and understood the potential dangers. In internal documents that would later come to light, Hooker executives discussed the risks of developing the land and even conducted some limited testing that confirmed the presence of dangerous chemicals. But rather than refusing to sell the land or warning the school board about the contamination, Hooker chose a different path. They sold the land to the school board for $1, a token amount that legally constituted a sale, while avoiding any appearance of trying to hide the property's problems through a high price. More importantly, they included carefully crafted language in the deed that they believed would protect them from future liability. The deed contained what became known as the Warning Clause, which stated that the land had been used for chemical waste disposal and that Hooker would not be responsible for any injuries or damages that might result from this contamination. To a casual reader, this might have seemed like adequate warning, but the language was deliberately vague and legalistic, failing to convey the true scope and severity of the contamination. The school board members who approved the purchase later said they had no real understanding of what the clause meant or the dangers it implied. Construction of the 99th Street Elementary School began almost immediately after the land sale. During excavation for the school's foundation, workers encountered buried chemical drums and noticed strong chemical odors. Some of the drums were punctured during construction, releasing their toxic contents. Workers reported burning sensations in their eyes and throats, and some became ill from exposure to the fumes. Rather than stopping construction to investigate these problems, the decision was made to work around them. Drums that were encountered during excavation were simply moved to other parts of the site or reburied elsewhere. The school was completed and opened in 1955, built directly on top of one of the most contaminated sites in America. As the school was being built, residential development of the surrounding area accelerated. The post-World War II housing boom was in full swing, and Love Canal seemed like an ideal location for new homes. The area was close to industrial jobs, had good access to transportation, and appeared to offer the kind of suburban lifestyle that millions of Americans were seeking. Developers bought land around the former canal and began building single-family homes, marketing them to young families looking for their piece of the American dream. By the 1960s, Love Canal had been transformed from an abandoned industrial site into a thriving residential neighborhood. Hundreds of families lived within a few blocks of the buried waste. Their children attended the elementary school built on top of it, and life seemed normal and prosperous. The toxic legacy of hooker chemicals dumping operations remained hidden beneath their feet, slowly seeping through the soil and into their lives. The first signs that something was wrong began to emerge in the 1970s. Residents started noticing strange odors, particularly after heavy rains or during warm weather. Basements would flood with water that had an unusual chemical smell and left strange residues. Gardens would mysteriously die, and pets that came into contact with certain areas of the neighborhood would become sick or lose their fur. More troubling were the health problems that began to affect the community's residents. Women experienced unusually high rates of miscarriages and birth defects. Children developed skin rashes, respiratory problems, and other mysterious ailments. Adults complained of headaches, fatigue, and other symptoms that doctors couldn't explain. At first, these problems seemed isolated and unconnected. But as more families came forward with similar experiences, a pattern began to emerge. The person who first connected these health problems to the buried chemicals was Lois Gibbs, a young mother whose son Michael attended the 99th Street Elementary School. Michael had developed epilepsy and other health problems after starting school, and Gibbs began to suspect that something at the school might be making him sick. She started researching the history of the area and learned about hooker chemicals waste disposal activities. Gibbs began going door to door, talking to her neighbors about their health problems, and gradually building a picture of the contamination's impact on the community. What she discovered was shocking. Family after family reported similar health problems: cancer, birth defects, miscarriages, and mysterious illnesses that doctors couldn't diagnose or treat. The concentration of these problems was highest among families living closest to the former canal, suggesting a clear connection to the buried chemicals. As Gibbs and other residents organized to demand action, they encountered resistance from both government officials and Hooker Chemical. Company representatives denied that their waste disposal activities could be causing health problems, arguing that the chemicals had been properly contained and posed no threat to the community. They pointed to the warning clause in the deed as evidence that they had fulfilled their legal obligations and could not be held responsible for any problems that might arise. Government response was initially slow and skeptical. Local health officials suggested that the residents' health problems were likely due to other factors, and that fears about chemical contamination were probably overblown. State environmental agencies were reluctant to get involved, arguing that the disposal activities had taken place decades earlier under different regulations, and that proving a connection between the buried chemicals and current health problems would be extremely difficult. But the residents of Love Canal refused to be dismissed or ignored. Led by Lois Gibbs and the Love Canal Homeowners Association, they organized protests, held public meetings, and demanded that government officials take their concerns seriously. They collected detailed health surveys, documented environmental problems, and presented compelling evidence that their community was being poisoned by the chemicals buried beneath their homes. The breakthrough came in 1978, when the New York State Department of Health finally conducted comprehensive testing of the Love Canal area. The results were devastating. Soil samples revealed the presence of more than 80 different chemicals, many of them known carcinogens. Air quality tests showed dangerous levels of toxic vapors in homes closest to the former canal. Groundwater samples confirmed that contamination had spread well beyond the original disposal site. Most damning of all were the health statistics. The state's analysis confirmed what residents had been saying for years. People living near Love Canal were experiencing dramatically higher rates of cancer, birth defects, and other serious health problems compared to other communities. Pregnant women in the area were twice as likely to have miscarriages. Children had higher rates of birth defects and developmental problems. Adults showed elevated levels of chromosome damage, a warning sign for future cancer development. Faced with this overwhelming evidence, government officials could no longer ignore the crisis. In August 1978, New York State Health Commissioner Robert Whalen declared a health emergency at Love Canal. President Jimmy Carter signed an emergency declaration that provided federal assistance for the evacuation and relocation of affected families. The 99th Street Elementary School was permanently closed, and residents of the most contaminated areas were evacuated from their homes. But the evacuation was only the beginning of a much larger struggle. Hundreds of families found themselves homeless, their life savings tied up in houses that were now worthless and uninhabitable. The emotional trauma of displacement was compounded by ongoing health problems and uncertainty about their future. Many residents continued to suffer from illnesses they believed were caused by chemical exposure, but proving the connection in individual cases remained difficult. The legal battle that followed was complex and protracted. Residents filed lawsuits against Hooker Chemical, seeking compensation for their health problems and the loss of their homes. The company mounted a vigorous defense, arguing that their waste disposal activities had been legal at the time, and that the warning clause in the deed protected them from liability. They hired teams of lawyers and experts to challenge every aspect of the residents' claims. The case revealed the extent of Hooker's knowledge about the dangers of their waste disposal activities. Internal company documents showed that executives had been aware of the potential for groundwater contamination and had even conducted studies that confirmed the presence of dangerous chemicals in the area. But rather than taking steps to address these problems, they had chosen to keep the information secret and continue developing the area for residential use. Particularly damaging was evidence that Hooker had actively concealed information about the contamination from government officials and the public. When environmental agencies began investigating the site in the 1970s, company representatives provided incomplete and misleading information about the types and quantities of chemicals that had been buried there. They downplayed the potential health risks and suggested that any problems were minor and contained. The company's cover-up extended beyond simple denial. Hooker hired consultants to conduct studies that would support their position, while suppressing research that showed more serious contamination. They lobbied government officials to limit the scope of investigations and cleanup efforts. They even attempted to discredit the residents who were speaking out about health problems, suggesting that their claims were exaggerated or motivated by the prospect of financial compensation. This pattern of denial and deception continued for years, even as evidence of the contamination's severity continued to mount. When government agencies expanded their investigation to include areas beyond the immediate Love Canal site, they discovered that Hooker's waste disposal activities had been far more extensive than previously known. The company had used multiple sites throughout the Niagara Falls area for chemical waste disposal, creating a network of contaminated locations that threatened thousands of additional residents. The Love Canal disaster ultimately led to significant changes in environmental law and regulation. The Comprehensive Environmental Response, Compensation and Liability Act, commonly known as Superfund, was passed in 1980 largely in response to Love Canal and similar contamination cases. This law established a federal program for cleaning up hazardous waste sites and made companies liable for contamination they had caused, even if their activities had been legal at the time. But for the residents of Love Canal, these legal victories came too late to undo the damage that had been done. Many continued to suffer from health problems they attributed to chemical exposure. Families were scattered as people relocated to different communities, breaking up social networks that had taken years to build. The psychological trauma of discovering that their homes and community had been built on toxic waste continued to affect residents long after they had moved away. The cleanup of Love Canal itself became one of the most expensive environmental remediation projects in American history. The Environmental Protection Agency spent more than $400 million removing contaminated soil, installing drainage systems to capture toxic groundwater, and constructing barriers to prevent further spread of contamination. The process took more than 2 decades and involved technologies that were still being developed as the work progressed. Even today, more than 40 years after the crisis first came to light, Love Canal remains a symbol of corporate environmental irresponsibility and government failure to protect public health. The site has been partially redeveloped, with new homes built in areas determined to be safe, but large sections remain off-limits due to ongoing contamination. The lessons of Love Canal continue to resonate in contemporary debates about environmental regulation, corporate accountability, and environmental justice. The Love Canal cover-up reveals something disturbing about how powerful corporations respond when their past actions threaten their current interests. Rather than taking responsibility for the damage they had caused, Hooker Chemical chose to deny, delay, and deceive. They used their resources not to help the people they had harmed, but to protect themselves from the consequences of their actions. This pattern of corporate behavior has been repeated countless times in environmental disasters around the world. From tobacco companies hiding evidence about the health effects of smoking to oil companies suppressing research about climate change, the Love Canal playbook of denial and cover-up has become depressingly familiar. The specific tactics may vary, but the underlying strategy remains the same: use superior resources and legal expertise to avoid accountability for as long as possible. What makes the Love Canal case particularly egregious is that Hooker Chemical knew from the beginning that their waste disposal activities posed serious risks to human health and the environment. This wasn't a case of a company gradually learning about problems with their products or processes. Internal documents show that company officials understood the dangers of the chemicals they were burying and the potential for those chemicals to migrate beyond the disposal site. Yet despite this knowledge, they chose to conceal the contamination when they sold the land for residential development. The warning clause in the deed was crafted not to genuinely inform the purchaser about the risks, but to provide legal protection for Hooker while maintaining plausible deniability about their knowledge of the dangers. It was a cynical attempt to have it both ways, to get rid of a liability while avoiding responsibility for the consequences. The human cost of this deception cannot be measured simply in dollars or legal settlements. Families lost their homes, their health, and their sense of security. Children grew up with medical problems that may have been entirely preventable. Parents lived with the guilt and anguish of wondering whether their decision to live in Love Canal had harmed their children. The social fabric of an entire community was torn apart by the discovery that their neighborhood had been built on a foundation of toxic lies. Perhaps most troubling of all is the realization that Love Canal was not unique. As investigations expanded following the initial crisis, researchers discovered that similar contamination problems existed at thousands of sites across the United States. Hooker Chemical alone was responsible for contamination at dozens of locations, and other companies had engaged in similar waste disposal practices throughout the industrial heartland of America. The Love Canal cover-up stands as a reminder that environmental protection cannot be left to the good faith of corporations alone. Without strong regulatory oversight and enforcement, companies may choose to prioritize short-term profits over long-term environmental and public health consequences. The residents of Love Canal paid the price for a system that allowed companies to pollute first and deal with the consequences later, if at all. Today, as we face new environmental challenges ranging from climate change to emerging chemical contaminants, the lessons of Love Canal remain relevant. The temptation for companies to hide or downplay environmental problems hasn't disappeared, and the tools available for deception have only become more sophisticated. Understanding how the Love Canal cover-up worked can help us recognize and resist similar attempts to conceal environmental threats in the future. The story of Love Canal is ultimately about more than just one contaminated site or one irresponsible company. It's about the fundamental question of who has the right to make decisions that affect entire communities, and what happens when those decisions are made in secret by people who won't have to live with the consequences. The families of Love Canal trusted that the institutions responsible for protecting them, government agencies, corporations, and civic leaders, would act in their best interests. That trust was betrayed in the most fundamental way possible, with consequences that continue to reverberate today. Sometimes the most horrifying conspiracies aren't hidden in shadowy government facilities or buried in classified documents. Sometimes they unfold in plain sight, in the offices of pharmaceutical companies, in the halls of regulatory agencies, and in the quiet desperation of families whose lives are forever changed by corporate greed. The thalidomide scandal isn't just a story about a dangerous drug. It's a story about how an entire industry conspired to hide the truth, even when that truth was written in the broken bodies of thousands of children. In the late 1950s, the world seemed to be entering a golden age of medicine. Antibiotics had conquered infectious diseases that had plagued humanity for centuries. New surgical techniques were saving lives that would have been lost just decades earlier, and pharmaceutical companies were racing to develop wonder drugs that promised to solve humanity's remaining health problems. Among these companies was a small German firm called Chemie Grunenthal, and they had what they believed was their ticket to fortune, a new sedative called thalidomide. The drug seemed perfect. It was marketed as completely safe, so safe that it was supposedly impossible to overdose on. Unlike barbiturates, which were the sleeping pills of choice at the time, thalidomide didn't cause respiratory depression. You couldn't accidentally kill yourself by taking too many pills. For pregnant women suffering from morning sickness, it seemed like a godsend. Here was a drug that could help them sleep, calm their nausea, and do it all without any apparent risk to their unborn children. But from the very beginning, there were warning signs. Signs that would later reveal themselves to be part of a conspiracy so vast and so callous that it would shock the world and forever change how we think about pharmaceutical safety. The first hint that something was wrong came not from clinical trials or laboratory studies, but from the complaints of patients themselves. In 1959, just 2 years after thalidomide hit the German market, doctors began reporting strange cases of peripheral neuropathy among their patients. This is a condition where the nerves in the hands and feet begin to deteriorate, causing numbness, tingling, and eventually complete loss of sensation. At first, these cases seemed isolated, random, but as more reports came in, a pattern began to emerge. All of these patients had one thing in common: they had been taking thalidomide. Dr. Ralph Pog von Strandmann, a neurologist in Dusseldorf, was among the first to make the connection. He had been seeing patient after patient with the same mysterious symptoms, and when he looked at their medical histories, he found that they had all been prescribed thalidomide for sleep problems. When he tried to publish his findings, however, he encountered resistance from an unexpected source: Chemie Grunenthal itself. The pharmaceutical company didn't just dismiss Dr. von Strandmann's concerns. They actively worked to discredit him and suppress his research. Company representatives visited doctors who had prescribed thalidomide, assuring them that the drug was safe and that any reports of side effects were coincidental. They funded studies designed to show that thalidomide was harmless, and when independent researchers tried to investigate the drug's safety, they found their access to data mysteriously limited. This wasn't ignorance or incompetence. This was a deliberate strategy to protect a profitable product, even as evidence mounted that it was causing serious harm. Internal company documents, which wouldn't come to light for decades, would later reveal that Chemie Grunenthal executives knew about the neurological side effects as early as 1959, but they made a calculated decision to keep selling the drug rather than risk their investment. But the peripheral neuropathy cases were just the beginning. As thalidomide spread to more countries and was prescribed to more patients, reports of side effects continued to pour in. Doctors in Australia, Britain, and other countries where the drug had been approved began seeing the same pattern of nerve damage that German physicians had reported. Yet somehow, these reports never seemed to make their way back to the regulatory agencies that had approved the drug. This wasn't an accident. It was part of a carefully orchestrated campaign by pharmaceutical companies and their allies in government to maintain the fiction that thalidomide was safe. When doctors tried to report adverse reactions, they often found that the proper channels for doing so either didn't exist or were deliberately obstructed. Reports would disappear into bureaucratic black holes, never to be seen again. Studies that showed the drug's dangers were suppressed, while research that supported its safety was promoted and publicized. Meanwhile, thalidomide was being marketed more aggressively than ever. In Britain, it was sold over the counter under the brand name Distaval, with advertisements claiming it was so safe that even children could take it without risk. In Australia, it was promoted as the perfect sleeping pill for pregnant women, with marketing materials specifically targeting expectant mothers who were struggling with insomnia and morning sickness. The tragic irony is that many of the women who took thalidomide during pregnancy were trying to do what was best for their unborn children. They had been told by their doctors and by the pharmaceutical companies that the drug was not only safe but beneficial. They trusted the medical establishment, the regulatory agencies, and the corporations that were supposed to protect them. That trust would prove to be catastrophically misplaced. By 1960, something truly horrifying was beginning to happen in maternity wards across Europe and Australia. Bobbies were being born with severe limb deformities, a condition called phocomelia, where arms and legs fail to develop properly, leaving children with shortened limbs or, in some cases, with hands and feet attached directly to their torsos. These weren't isolated cases. They were appearing in clusters, in areas where thalidomide use was highest. Dr. Widukind Lentz, a pediatrician in Hamburg, was among the first to make the connection between thalidomide and birth defects. In November 1961, he presented his findings to Chemie Grunenthal, showing clear statistical evidence that women who had taken thalidomide during pregnancy were far more likely to give birth to children with phocomelia. The pharmaceutical company's response was swift and ruthless. They didn't thank Dr. Lentz for his research or immediately recall the drug. Instead, they threatened to sue him for making false claims that could damage their business. At the same time, Dr. William McBride, an obstetrician in Sydney, Australia, was reaching the same conclusion. He had delivered several bobbies with severe limb deformities, and when he investigated, he found that all of their mothers had taken thalidomide during the critical first trimester of pregnancy. When he tried to publish his findings in The Lancet, one of the world's most prestigious medical journals, he initially faced resistance from editors who were skeptical of his claims. This resistance wasn't accidental. Pharmaceutical companies had spent years cultivating relationships with medical journals, academic institutions, and regulatory agencies. They provided funding for research, sponsored conferences, and offered lucrative consulting contracts to influential doctors and scientists. This web of financial relationships created a system where it was difficult to publish research that challenged the industry's interests, even when that research was clearly in the public interest. But the truth has a way of emerging, no matter how powerful the forces trying to suppress it. As more and more bobbies were born with thalidomide-related birth defects, it became impossible to ignore the connection. By late 1961, the evidence was overwhelming. Thalidomide was causing some of the most severe birth defects ever documented, and it was happening on a massive scale. The pharmaceutical industry's response to this crisis reveals the true depth of the conspiracy. Rather than immediately recalling thalidomide and accepting responsibility for the harm it had caused, companies continued to sell the drug in many countries while quietly withdrawing it from others. They engaged in what can only be described as regulatory arbitrage, pulling the drug from markets where they faced legal liability while continuing to profit from sales in countries with weaker consumer protection laws. In West Germany, where the evidence of thalidomide's dangers was strongest, Chemie Grunenthal finally withdrew the drug in November 1961, but only after months of mounting pressure from doctors and public health officials. Even then, the company continued to sell thalidomide in other countries, including developing nations where regulatory oversight was minimal and legal recourse for victims was limited. This pattern of behavior would be repeated by other pharmaceutical companies involved in thalidomide distribution. In Britain, Distillers Company, which held the license to sell thalidomide as Distaval, withdrew the drug in December 1961, but continued to sell it in other Commonwealth countries. In Australia, the drug remained on the market until March 1962, months after its dangers were well established. The human cost of this conspiracy was staggering. By the time thalidomide was finally withdrawn from global markets, an estimated 10,000 children had been born with thalidomide-related birth defects. In Germany alone, more than 2,500 children were affected. In Britain, the number was around 450. In Australia, it was approximately 100. These numbers only account for children who survived to birth. Many more pregnancies ended in miscarriage or stillbirth due to thalidomide exposure. But the conspiracy didn't end with the withdrawal of thalidomide from the market. In fact, in many ways, it was just beginning. Faced with thousands of lawsuits and mounting public outrage, pharmaceutical companies and their allies in government launched a coordinated campaign to minimize their legal and financial liability. They argued that the birth defects were caused by other factors, that the connection to thalidomide was unproven, and that they had acted responsibly based on the scientific knowledge available at the time. These arguments were not made in good faith. Internal company documents, which would eventually be disclosed through litigation, revealed that pharmaceutical executives had known about thalidomide's dangers years before they withdrew the drug from the market. They had received reports of birth defects as early as 1960, but had chosen to suppress this information rather than risk their profits. The legal battles that followed would drag on for years, and in many cases, decades. Pharmaceutical companies used every possible legal strategy to avoid paying compensation to thalidomide victims. They challenged the jurisdiction of courts, argued about statutes of limitations, and disputed the causal connection between the drug and birth defects, even in cases where the evidence was overwhelming. In Germany, Chemie Grunenthal faced criminal charges for causing bodily harm, but the company managed to avoid conviction by agreeing to pay compensation to victims without admitting legal responsibility. The settlement, reached in 1970, provided payments to German thalidomide survivors, but the amounts were often inadequate to cover the lifelong costs of their disabilities. In Britain, the legal battle was even more protracted. Distillers Company fought thalidomide lawsuits for more than a decade, using every possible legal maneuver to delay proceedings and minimize settlements. It wasn't until 1973, after a sustained campaign by the Sunday Times newspaper and enormous public pressure, that the company finally agreed to a settlement that provided meaningful compensation to British thalidomide survivors. The conspiracy extended beyond individual pharmaceutical companies to include regulatory agencies that were supposed to protect public health. In many countries, drug approval processes were inadequate, with regulatory bodies relying heavily on data provided by the companies themselves rather than conducting independent safety testing. This created an obvious conflict of interest, where the entities responsible for proving a drug's safety were the same ones that stood to profit from its sale. Even more troubling was the response of regulatory agencies after thalidomide's dangers became known. Rather than conducting thorough investigations into how such a dangerous drug had been approved, many agencies focused on damage control, working to minimize public concern and protect the reputation of the pharmaceutical industry. In the United States, the thalidomide crisis played out differently, but in a way that revealed the same underlying problems with pharmaceutical regulation. The drug had been submitted for approval to the Food and Drug Administration in 1960, but Dr. Frances Kelsey, the FDA medical officer assigned to review the application, had concerns about the drug's safety profile. She was particularly worried about reports of peripheral neuropathy and insisted that the manufacturer provide more safety data before approval. Dr. Kelsey's caution was initially met with intense pressure from Richardson Merrill, the American company that wanted to market thalidomide in the United States. Company representatives made repeated visits to the FDA, arguing that the drug was already approved in numerous other countries and that American patients were being deprived of an important medication. They commissioned studies designed to address Dr. Kelsey's concerns, but these studies were often flawed or inadequate. When reports of birth defects began emerging from Europe, Dr. Kelsey's decision to withhold approval was vindicated. The United States was largely spared from the thalidomide tragedy, but this wasn't due to superior regulatory systems or pharmaceutical industry practices. It was due to the persistence of one individual who refused to be pressured into approving a drug she considered unsafe. The fact that thalidomide was never approved for general use in the United States didn't mean that Americans were completely protected from its effects. Richardson Merrill had distributed the drug to more than 1,000 physicians as part of clinical trials, often without proper informed consent procedures or adequate monitoring for side effects. An estimated 17 American children were born with thalidomide-related birth defects as a result of these trials. Even more troubling was the revelation that Richardson Merrill had misrepresented the drug's safety profile to both doctors and regulators. The company claimed that thalidomide had been thoroughly tested and was being used safely in other countries, when in fact they knew about reports of serious side effects. Internal company documents showed that executives were aware of the peripheral neuropathy cases in Germany, but chose not to disclose this information to American doctors or the FDA. The thalidomide scandal exposed fundamental flaws in how pharmaceutical companies conducted business and how governments regulated drug safety. It revealed a system where corporate profits took precedence over public health, where regulatory agencies were either captured by the industries they were supposed to oversee or lacked the resources and authority to conduct meaningful oversight. But perhaps most disturbing was the revelation that this wasn't simply a case of corporate negligence or regulatory failure. It was a deliberate conspiracy involving multiple pharmaceutical companies, regulatory agencies, and medical institutions, all working together to suppress information about thalidomide's dangers while continuing to profit from its sale. The conspiracy had multiple layers and involved sophisticated strategies for manipulating public opinion and scientific discourse. Pharmaceutical companies funded research designed to support their products while suppressing studies that showed negative results. They cultivated relationships with influential doctors and scientists, offering research grants, consulting fees, and other financial incentives in exchange for favorable opinions about their drugs. They also worked to shape regulatory policy, lobbying for looser safety standards and longer approval timelines that would allow them to recoup their investments before safety problems became apparent. In some cases, they employed former regulatory officials, creating revolving door relationships that blurred the line between public service and private profit. The media played a complex role in both exposing and perpetuating the thalidomide conspiracy. While some journalists, particularly Harold Evans at the Sunday Times, played crucial roles in bringing the scandal to public attention, much of the medical and trade press was initially reluctant to challenge pharmaceutical industry claims about thalidomide safety. This wasn't necessarily due to deliberate bias, but rather to the same web of financial relationships that influenced medical research and regulatory policy. Pharmaceutical companies were major advertisers in medical journals and trade publications, providing revenue that these publications depended on for their survival. This created subtle but powerful incentives to avoid publishing content that might offend pharmaceutical advertisers. The thalidomide scandal also revealed how difficult it could be for individual doctors and researchers to challenge powerful corporate interests. Dr. Lentz, Dr. McBride, and others who tried to warn about thalidomide's dangers faced professional ostracism, legal threats, and attempts to discredit their research. They persisted because they believed they had a moral obligation to protect patients, but many other doctors and researchers were intimidated into silence. The long-term consequences of the thalidomide conspiracy extended far beyond the immediate victims. The scandal fundamentally changed how the public viewed pharmaceutical companies and regulatory agencies, contributing to a growing skepticism about medical authority that continues to this day. It also led to important reforms in drug regulation, including stricter safety testing requirements and more robust systems for monitoring adverse drug reactions. But these reforms, while important, didn't eliminate the underlying problems that made the thalidomide conspiracy possible. Pharmaceutical companies continue to wield enormous influence over medical research, regulatory policy, and public opinion. The financial incentives that led to the thalidomide cover-up remain largely unchanged, and similar scandals have occurred repeatedly in the decades since thalidomide was withdrawn from the market. The victims of thalidomide, many of whom are still alive today, continue to live with the consequences of this conspiracy. Despite legal settlements and government compensation programs, many thalidomide survivors face ongoing challenges related to their disabilities, including limited mobility, chronic pain, and the need for specialized medical care. Their lives serve as a permanent reminder of what can happen when corporate profits take precedence over human welfare. The thalidomide conspiracy also raises troubling questions about how many other dangerous drugs might have been approved and marketed despite evidence of serious side effects. If pharmaceutical companies were willing to suppress information about a drug that caused such obvious and severe birth defects, what other safety problems might they have hidden? How many other victims might there be, whose injuries were less visible or whose connection to pharmaceutical products was harder to establish? These questions become even more disturbing when we consider that the thalidomide scandal occurred during a relatively simple era of pharmaceutical development, when drugs were less complex and the industry was smaller and less politically powerful. Today's pharmaceutical industry is vastly larger, more sophisticated, and more influential than it was in the 1960s. If a conspiracy like the thalidomide cover-up could occur then, what might be possible now? The story of thalidomide is ultimately a story about power and how it can be used to hide the truth, even when that truth involves the lives and health of innocent people. It's a reminder that corporate interests and public welfare don't always align, and that eternal vigilance is the price of protecting ourselves from those who would put profits before people. The children born with thalidomide-related birth defects paid the ultimate price for our society's failure to hold pharmaceutical companies accountable. Their sacrifice should never be forgotten, and their story should serve as a warning about what can happen when we allow corporate power to go unchecked. In the heart of Oklahoma, in a world where nuclear power was the promise of the future, one woman's dedication to worker safety would cost her everything. Her name was Karen Silkwood, and her story is one of courage, corruption, and a death that remains shrouded in mystery to this day. Karen Silkwood wasn't supposed to become a household name. She was just an ordinary lab technician at the Care-Magee plutonium plant in Crescent, Oklahoma. But sometimes ordinary people find themselves in extraordinary circumstances, and Karen's story would become one of the most controversial cases of corporate cover-up and potential murder in American history. The year was 1974, and America was embracing nuclear energy with open arms. The promise was clean, efficient power that would fuel the nation's future. But behind the gleaming promises of atomic energy, there was a darker reality that most people never saw. Workers were being exposed to dangerous levels of radiation, safety protocols were being ignored, and those who dared to speak up were silenced in ways that would shock the conscience. Karen Silkwood was 28 years old when she took the job at Care-Magee. She was a single mother trying to make ends meet, and the plant offered good pay for someone with her background. The facility produced plutonium fuel rods for nuclear reactors, and Karen's job was to test the rods for defects and contamination. It seemed like honest work, important work even, contributing to America's energy independence. But as Karen settled into her routine at the plant, she began to notice things that troubled her deeply. Safety procedures that were supposed to protect workers were being routinely ignored. Protective equipment was inadequate or missing entirely. Workers were being exposed to dangerous levels of radiation without proper monitoring or medical care. And when employees raised concerns about these conditions, they were dismissed, transferred, or worse. Karen wasn't the type to stay quiet when she saw injustice. She had grown up in Texas, raised with a strong sense of right and wrong, and she couldn't stand by while her fellow workers were being put at risk. She began documenting the safety violations she witnessed, taking notes, gathering evidence, and speaking up at union meetings. The Oil, Chemical, and Atomic Workers Union had been trying to organize at the Care-Magee plant, and Karen became one of their most vocal supporters. She was elected to the union's bargaining committee, and she used this position to push for better safety conditions. But the more she pushed, the more resistance she encountered from management. In July of 1974, Karen and two other union representatives were sent to Washington, D.C. to testify before the Atomic Energy Commission about the dangerous conditions at the plant. This was a bold move, and it put Karen directly in the crosshairs of powerful corporate interests. She testified about contaminated equipment, inadequate safety training, and the company's practice of falsifying safety records. The testimony sent shockwaves through the nuclear industry. Here was an insider, someone who worked with plutonium every day, telling federal regulators that one of America's premier nuclear facilities was a danger to its workers and potentially to the public. The Atomic Energy Commission promised to investigate, but Karen knew that real change would require more evidence, more documentation of the company's wrongdoing. This is where Karen's story takes a turn into the realm of industrial espionage and deadly secrets. Determined to expose the truth about conditions at the plant, Karen began secretly gathering evidence of safety violations and quality control problems. She smuggled documents out of the facility, photographed contaminated equipment, and compiled a dossier of evidence that she believed would force the government to shut down the plant until it could be made safe. But gathering this evidence was incredibly dangerous work. Karen was handling plutonium, one of the most toxic substances known to man. A speck of plutonium smaller than a grain of sand can cause cancer if it gets into the human body. And Karen was working in an environment where contamination was routine, where safety protocols were ignored, and where management seemed more concerned with production quotas than worker safety. In the autumn of 1974, Karen's worst fears were realized. She began testing positive for plutonium contamination. The levels were alarming, far higher than should have been possible under normal working conditions. Company doctors claimed it was an accident, the result of normal workplace exposure, but Karen suspected something more sinister. The contamination wasn't limited to the workplace. Tests revealed that Karen's apartment was also contaminated with plutonium. Her car, her belongings, even her food in the refrigerator tested positive for radioactive materials. How had plutonium found its way into her personal life? Karen believed she was being deliberately contaminated, either as punishment for her whistleblowing activities or as a way to discredit her testimony. The company's explanation was that Karen had somehow contaminated herself, possibly by taking plutonium home deliberately to make the company look bad. This accusation was absurd on multiple levels. Plutonium is incredibly dangerous to handle, and the idea that someone would deliberately expose themselves to radiation poisoning to score political points defied all logic. But it was the kind of victim blaming that would become a recurring theme in Karen's story. As Karen's health deteriorated from the radiation exposure, she became more determined than ever to expose the truth about Karen Silkwood. She continued gathering evidence, working with union representatives and investigative journalists to document the company's safety violations. She was preparing to meet with a reporter from the New York Times, planning to turn over a folder full of documents that she believed would finally force authorities to take action. But Karen Silkwood would never make it to that meeting. On the evening of November 13, 1974, Karen was driving to Oklahoma City to meet with the reporter and union representatives. She never arrived. Her car was found crashed on a deserted stretch of Highway 74, and Karen was dead behind the wheel. The official investigation concluded that Karen had fallen asleep at the wheel, causing her car to veer off the road and crash into a concrete culvert. Case closed, according to local authorities, but the circumstances surrounding Karen's death raised more questions than they answered, and many people believed that she had been murdered to silence her before she could reveal her evidence against Karen Silkwood. The first suspicious detail was the missing documents. Karen had told colleagues that she was carrying a folder full of evidence about safety violations and quality control problems at the plant. This folder was never found at the crash scene, despite extensive searches of the area. If Karen had simply fallen asleep and crashed, where were the documents she was carrying? The physical evidence at the crash scene also raised questions. Karen's car had fresh dents and scratches that appeared to be from another vehicle. Investigators found traces of concrete and metal in these dents that didn't match anything at the crash site. This suggested that Karen's car had been struck by another vehicle before the crash, possibly forcing her off the road. Even more troubling were the results of the autopsy. Karen's blood tested positive for methaqualone, a powerful sedative that would have caused drowsiness and impaired her driving ability. But Karen's friends and family insisted that she didn't use drugs, and there was no evidence that she had been prescribed this medication. How had a sedative ended up in her system on the night she was supposed to deliver evidence against Karen Silkwood? The investigation into Karen's death was handled by local authorities who had close ties to the nuclear industry. The sheriff's department concluded their investigation quickly, perhaps too quickly, and many of the physical evidence from the crash scene was either lost or destroyed before it could be properly analyzed. The missing documents were never found, and no serious effort was made to locate them. Karen's family wasn't satisfied with the official explanation, and they hired private investigators to look into her death. What they found was a pattern of intimidation and harassment that had escalated in the weeks before Karen's death. She had received threatening phone calls, her apartment had been broken into, and she had told friends that she feared for her life. The harassment wasn't limited to Karen herself. Other workers who had supported the union or raised safety concerns also reported being followed, threatened, or transferred to less desirable positions. The message was clear: keep quiet or face the consequences. And for Karen Silkwood, the consequences may have been fatal. In 1979, Karen's family filed a civil lawsuit against Karen Silkwood, alleging that the company had negligently contaminated Karen with plutonium, and that this contamination had contributed to her death. The case went to trial, and for the first time, many of the company's secret practices were exposed to public scrutiny. The trial revealed a pattern of safety violations and cover-ups that went far beyond what even Karen had suspected. Internal company documents showed that management knew about contamination problems, but chose to hide them rather than fix them. Workers were routinely exposed to dangerous levels of radiation without proper protection or medical monitoring, and quality control problems in the production of fuel rods could have led to catastrophic accidents at nuclear power plants. The jury was appalled by what they heard. They awarded Karen's family $10.5 million in damages, one of the largest personal injury awards in Oklahoma history at that time. The verdict was a vindication of Karen's claims and a condemnation of Karen Silkwood's practices. But the company appealed the decision, and the case dragged on for years through the court system. While the legal battle continued, new evidence about Karen's death continued to emerge. A former FBI informant came forward claiming that he had been told by his handlers that Karen had been murdered by a hitman hired by Karen Silkwood. The informant's claims were never verified, but they added to the growing suspicion that Karen's death was not an accident. Other witnesses reported seeing suspicious vehicles following Karen in the days before her death. Some claimed to have seen her car being forced off the road by another vehicle on the night she died. But many of these witnesses were reluctant to come forward, fearing retaliation from powerful interests in the nuclear industry. The case took on broader significance as part of the growing environmental and anti-nuclear movements of the 1970s and 80s. Karen Silkwood became a symbol of corporate irresponsibility and the dangers of nuclear power. Her story was told in books, movies, and documentaries, and she became an icon for worker safety advocates around the world. But questions about her death remained unanswered. Was Karen Silkwood murdered to prevent her from exposing Karen Silkwood's safety violations, or was her death simply a tragic accident? The official investigation was inadequate, and too much evidence was lost or destroyed to ever know for certain. But the circumstances surrounding her death, combined with the pattern of intimidation she had experienced, strongly suggest that she was silenced to protect corporate interests. The Karen Silkwood case exposed the dark side of America's nuclear industry, revealing how companies were willing to sacrifice worker safety for profits, and how they would go to extraordinary lengths to cover up their crimes. It showed how whistleblowers who tried to speak truth to power could face not just retaliation, but potentially deadly consequences. Even today, decades after Karen's death, her story remains relevant. Whistleblowers in industries from pharmaceuticals to finance continue to face retaliation for exposing corporate wrongdoing, and the question of whether powerful corporations would resort to murder to protect their interests remains as troubling today as it was in 1974. The Karen Silkwood plant where Karen worked was eventually shut down, but not before it had contaminated countless workers and caused immeasurable environmental damage. The company paid millions in settlements and fines, but no one was ever held criminally responsible for the safety violations that Karen had tried to expose. Karen Silkwood's legacy lives on in the laws and regulations that now protect nuclear workers, in the whistleblower protections that shield those who speak out against corporate wrongdoing, and in the continued fight for worker safety and environmental protection. But her death remains one of the most troubling unsolved mysteries in American industrial history, a reminder of what can happen when ordinary people try to take on extraordinary power. The documents that Karen was carrying on the night she died were never found. Whatever evidence she had gathered about Karen Silkwood's operations disappeared with her, taking with it the proof that might have prevented years of additional contamination and worker exposure. The secrets she died trying to reveal were buried with her, but her courage in trying to expose them continues to inspire those who fight for justice and truth. In the end, Karen Silkwood's story is about more than just nuclear safety or corporate cover-ups. It's about the price of speaking truth to power, about the courage it takes to stand up for what's right even when the odds are stacked against you, and about the question that haunts us still. What really happened on that dark November night when one woman's fight for justice came to a tragic end? Before we understood the dangers of radiation, there was a time when radioactive materials were considered not just safe, but beneficial. Radium was mixed into consumer products, from toothpaste to cosmetics, marketed as a miracle substance that could cure everything from arthritis to baldness. But nowhere was this deadly ignorance more tragic than in the watch factories of the early 20th century, where young women painted glowing numbers on clock faces, unknowingly poisoning themselves with every brushstroke. This is the story of the Radium Girls, a group of female factory workers whose fight for justice would expose one of the most callous corporate cover-ups in American history. Their courage in the face of corporate deceit and legal obstacles would ultimately save countless lives and establish important precedents for worker protection and corporate accountability. The story begins in the early 1900s, when radium was discovered by Marie and Pierre Curie. This mysterious new element glowed in the dark with an ethereal green light, and scientists quickly began to explore its potential applications. What they didn't understand at the time was that radium was one of the most dangerous substances on Earth, emitting deadly radiation that could destroy human tissue from the inside out. But in those early days, radium was seen as a wonder drug. Doctors prescribed radium water for various ailments, believing that radioactivity could cure diseases and restore youth. Radium was added to cosmetics, promising to give users a healthy glow. The element was so fashionable that wealthy people would host radium parties, where guests would marvel at glowing objects in darkened rooms. It was in this atmosphere of radium mania that the United States Radium Corporation was founded in 1914. The company set up factories in New Jersey, Connecticut, and Illinois to produce radium-based products, including luminescent paint for watch dials and instrument panels. The demand for these glowing timepieces was enormous, especially during World War I, when soldiers needed to read their watches in the dark trenches. The company hired hundreds of young women to paint the watch dials, choosing female workers because they were believed to have steadier hands and better attention to detail than men. The women, many of them teenagers, were paid piece rates for each dial they completed, creating an incentive to work as quickly and efficiently as possible. The painting process required incredible precision. The numbers and hands on watch faces were tiny, and the women had to apply the luminescent paint with fine brushes to create clear, readable numerals. To achieve the necessary precision, the workers were instructed to point their brushes with their lips, creating a sharp tip that could produce clean lines. This technique, known as lip pointing, seemed harmless enough. The supervisors assured the workers that the radium paint was completely safe, even beneficial to their health. Some workers were told that the radium would make their cheeks rosy and give them energy. Others were encouraged to paint their nails and teeth with the luminescent paint for fun, creating an eerie glow that made them popular at parties. The women who worked in these factories became known as ghost girls because they would literally glow in the dark after their shifts. The radium dust would get into their hair, their clothes, and under their fingernails, making them luminescent. Some would surprise their families by glowing softly in their bedrooms at night, a party trick that seemed magical but was actually the sign of deadly contamination. What the workers didn't know was that with every brush stroke, every time they pointed their brushes with their lips, they were ingesting radium. The radioactive material was accumulating in their bodies, particularly in their bones and teeth, where it would continue to emit radiation for years to come. Radium has a half-life of over 1,600 years, meaning that once it entered their bodies, it would remain dangerously radioactive for the rest of their lives. The first signs of trouble began to appear within a few years of the factory's opening. Workers started developing mysterious ailments that doctors couldn't easily diagnose. Their teeth would loosen and fall out. Their jaws would swell and develop abscesses, and many suffered from severe anemia and bone fractures that wouldn't heal properly. One of the first victims was Molly Maggia, a young woman who had worked at the United States Radium Corporation plant in Orange, New Jersey. In 1922, Molly developed a toothache that her dentist couldn't explain. Her tooth was extracted, but the wound wouldn't heal. Instead, her jaw began to deteriorate, developing holes and abscesses that caused excruciating pain. Molly's condition worsened rapidly. Her jawbone literally crumbled away, piece by piece, until she could barely eat or speak. Other parts of her skeleton began to deteriorate as well, with bones becoming so brittle that they would break from minor impacts. She suffered from severe anemia, and her body was unable to produce healthy blood cells to replace those being destroyed by the radiation. Despite her obvious suffering, company doctors insisted that Molly's condition was not related to her work at the factory. They claimed she had syphilis, a diagnosis that not only failed to explain her symptoms, but also stigmatized her and her family. This would become a pattern in the company's response to sick workers: blame the victims, suggest alternative causes for their illnesses, and deny any connection to the workplace. Molly Maggia died in September of 1922 at the age of 24. Her death certificate listed the cause as ulcerative stomatitis, an inflammation of the mouth, but her family knew that this generic diagnosis didn't capture the horror of what had actually happened to her. They had watched her jaw literally dissolve, had seen her waste away from a mysterious illness that no doctor seemed able to treat effectively. Molly wasn't the only victim. Other dial painters began developing similar symptoms: jaw necrosis, bone fractures, anemia, and eventually death. But each time a worker became ill, the company's response was the same: deny, deflect, and delay. Company doctors would examine the sick workers and invariably conclude that their illnesses were not related to their work with radium. The United States Radium Corporation had good reason to cover up the connection between radium exposure and worker illness. The company was making enormous profits from its radium-based products, and any admission of danger would threaten not just their business, but the entire radium industry. Military contracts, consumer products, and medical applications all depended on the belief that radium was safe to handle. But the company executives knew more than they were letting on. Internal documents that would later come to light showed that as early as 1925, company officials were aware that radium exposure was causing serious health problems among their workers. They had commissioned studies that confirmed the link between radium ingestion and the bone diseases affecting the dial painters. Rather than warning their workers or improving safety conditions, the company chose to suppress this information. They continued to instruct workers to lip-point their brushes, continued to tell them that radium was harmless, and continued to deny any connection between workplace exposure and the growing number of sick and dying employees. The cover-up extended beyond just the company itself. The radium industry as a whole worked to suppress information about the dangers of radiation exposure. Research that showed harmful effects was buried or discredited. Scientists who tried to publish warnings were pressured to remain silent, and medical professionals were discouraged from making connections between radium exposure and illness. This conspiracy of silence might have continued indefinitely if not for the courage of a group of workers who refused to accept the official explanations for their suffering. In 1927, 5 former dial painters from the New Jersey factory decided to sue the United States Radium Corporation for damages related to their radiation-induced illnesses. The 5 women who brought the lawsuit became known as the Radium Girls. They were Grace Fryer, Edna Hussman, Catherine Schaub, Quinta McDonald, and Albina Laris. All of them were suffering from severe health problems that they believed were caused by their work painting watch dials. They had tried to get help from doctors and government agencies, but had been repeatedly told that their illnesses were not related to their work. Grace Fryer had been one of the first workers hired at the Orange, New Jersey plant in 1917. She was just 18 years old when she started painting watch dials, proud to be contributing to the war effort and earning good money for a young woman of her background. But by 1925, Grace was suffering from severe jaw problems, loose teeth, and bone pain that made it difficult for her to work. When Grace tried to find a lawyer to represent her against the United States Radium Corporation, she discovered just how powerful and well-connected the company was. Lawyer after lawyer refused to take her case, either because they were afraid of going up against such a large corporation, or because they had business relationships with the radium industry that prevented them from taking on the case. It took Grace 2 years to find an attorney willing to represent her. Leonard Grossman was a young lawyer with a reputation for taking on difficult cases and fighting for the underdog. When he heard Grace's story and learned about the other sick workers, he agreed to take on the case, knowing that he would be facing some of the most powerful corporate lawyers in the country. The legal battle that followed would drag on for years and become one of the most important worker safety cases in American legal history. The company's lawyers used every possible tactic to delay and obstruct the proceedings, hoping that the sick women would die before they could testify or that their families would give up the fight. The delay tactics were particularly cruel given the deteriorating health of the plaintiffs. These women were literally dying from radiation poisoning, and every month that passed brought them closer to death. The company's lawyers knew this, and they deliberately prolonged the proceedings, filing motion after motion, demanding countless medical examinations, and raising procedural objections at every turn. Meanwhile, the company continued to deny that radium was dangerous and to claim that the women's illnesses had other causes. Company doctors testified that the workers were suffering from various unrelated conditions, from syphilis to bad dental hygiene, anything except radiation poisoning. They brought in expert witnesses who claimed that small amounts of radium were actually beneficial to human health. The company also tried to discredit the women personally, suggesting that they were malingerers who were exaggerating their symptoms for financial gain. This was particularly insulting given the obvious severity of their conditions. Some of the women could barely walk. Their bones were so fragile that minor falls resulted in serious fractures, and they were all suffering from various forms of cancer and anemia. But the women and their supporters refused to give up. They found their own medical experts who were willing to testify about the connection between radium exposure and their illnesses. They gathered evidence of the company's knowledge of the dangers and their deliberate concealment of this information from workers. And they continued to speak out publicly about their cases, generating media attention that put pressure on the company to settle. The breakthrough came when the women's lawyers were able to prove that the company had known about the dangers of radium exposure for years, but had chosen to conceal this information from their workers. Internal company documents showed that executives had been warned about the health risks as early as 1925, but had decided to continue operations without implementing safety measures or warning employees. One particularly damning piece of evidence was the fact that the company's own executives and scientists took elaborate precautions when working with radium, using tongs, masks, and protective clothing, while telling their factory workers that the substance was completely safe to handle with bare hands and ingest through lip pointing. The company also had to contend with mounting scientific evidence about the dangers of radiation exposure. Independent researchers were beginning to publish studies that clearly linked radium ingestion to bone cancer, anemia, and the other conditions affecting the dial painters. The weight of scientific evidence was becoming impossible to ignore or discredit. In 1928, facing overwhelming evidence and mounting public pressure, the United States Radium Corporation agreed to settle the case out of court. The 5 Radium girls each received $10,000 plus $600 per year for life, and all medical expenses related to their radiation-induced illnesses. The company also agreed to pay their legal fees. While the settlement was a victory for the women, it came at a terrible cost. By the time the case was resolved, several of the original plaintiffs were already dead or dying from their radiation exposure. Grace Fryer lived until 1933, but spent her final years in constant pain from bone cancer and other radiation-related illnesses. The Radium Girls case had implications far beyond the immediate settlement. It established important legal precedents for worker safety and corporate responsibility, proving that companies could be held liable for concealing known workplace hazards from their employees. The case also led to new safety regulations for handling radioactive materials and helped establish the field of industrial hygiene. But perhaps most importantly, the Radium Girls case exposed the lengths to which corporations would go to protect their profits at the expense of worker safety. The deliberate concealment of known dangers, the victim blaming, and the use of legal delay tactics to prevent sick workers from getting justice would become a template that other industries would follow when faced with similar liability issues. The story of the Radium Girls didn't end with the New Jersey settlement. Similar cases emerged from radium factories in other states, including Illinois, where another group of dial painters were suffering from the same radiation-induced illnesses. The Illinois case would drag on even longer than the New Jersey case, with the company using the same tactics of denial, delay, and victim blaming. One of the most prominent Illinois cases involved Catherine Wolfe Donohue, a dial painter who had worked at the Radium Dial Company in Ottawa, Illinois. Catherine's case was particularly important because it established the legal principle that companies could be held liable for occupational diseases, even if the symptoms didn't appear until years after the exposure occurred. Catherine had painted watch dials in the early 1920s, but didn't develop serious symptoms until the 1930s. The company argued that too much time had passed for them to be held responsible, but the courts ruled that the statute of limitations didn't begin until the worker discovered the connection between their illness and their workplace exposure. This ruling was crucial for future occupational disease cases, particularly those involving cancer and other illnesses that can take decades to develop after exposure to toxic substances. It meant that companies couldn't escape liability simply by concealing the dangers of their products until workers had become too sick to fight back. The Radium Girls cases also led to important advances in our understanding of radiation and its effects on human health. The tragic experiences of these women provided valuable data about radiation exposure that would later inform safety standards for nuclear workers and help establish the field of radiation protection. But the human cost of this knowledge was enormous. Hundreds of women who worked as dial painters died from radiation-induced cancers and other illnesses. Many more suffered from chronic health problems that affected their quality of life for decades, and their families had to watch helplessly as their loved ones wasted away from a mysterious illness that doctors couldn't treat effectively. The legacy of the Radium Girls continues to resonate today. Their cases established important precedents for worker protection and corporate accountability that continue to influence occupational safety law. They showed that workers have the right to know about workplace hazards and that companies can be held liable for concealing dangerous conditions from their employees. The Radium Girls also demonstrated the importance of independent scientific research and the dangers of allowing industries to police themselves when it comes to worker safety. The radium industry's efforts to suppress research and discredit scientists who tried to warn about radiation dangers showed how corporate interests can interfere with public health protection. Today, we have much stronger regulations governing radioactive materials and better protections for workers who handle dangerous substances. But the basic lessons of the Radium Girls case remain relevant. Companies may prioritize profits over worker safety. Information about workplace hazards may be suppressed or distorted, and workers may need to fight for their right to a safe workplace. The courage of the Radium Girls in standing up to powerful corporate interests, despite their deteriorating health and the obstacles placed in their way, serves as an inspiration for worker safety advocates today. They showed that even when the odds seem impossible, ordinary people can take on extraordinary power and achieve important victories for justice and worker protection. Their story also serves as a warning about the dangers of new technologies and the importance of thorough safety testing before exposing workers and the public to potentially harmful substances. The radium industry's rush to market radioactive products without adequate safety research led to unnecessary suffering and death that could have been prevented with proper precautions. The Radium Girls paid the ultimate price for corporate greed and regulatory failure, but their sacrifice was not in vain. Their courage in fighting for justice helped establish protections that have saved countless lives and continue to protect workers today. They transformed a corporate cover-up into a catalyst for change, ensuring that their suffering would serve a greater purpose in the fight for worker safety and corporate accountability. In the end, the story of the Radium Girls is both a tragedy and a triumph. It's a tragic reminder of what can happen when corporate interests are placed above human lives, but it's also a triumph of courage and determination over powerful forces that sought to silence the truth. Their legacy lives on in every worker protection law, every safety regulation, and every victory for justice over corporate power. Sometimes the most dangerous documents are the ones governments never intended you to see. Hidden away in filing cabinets, locked in safes, buried beneath layers of classification stamps, these papers hold secrets that could change everything we think we know about history. In 1971, such a document surfaced, and it would shake the very foundations of American democracy. It was called the Pentagon Papers, and it revealed something that many had suspected but few could prove. The United States government had been lying to its own people about the Vietnam War for decades. The story begins not with the papers themselves, but with the man who risked everything to bring them to light. Daniel Ellsberg was not your typical whistleblower. He was a former Marine, a Harvard graduate, and a respected analyst at the Rand Corporation, one of America's most influential think tanks. For years, Ellsberg had worked within the system, advising the Pentagon on military strategy and nuclear warfare. He was, by all accounts, a loyal servant of the American government. But something changed during his time in Vietnam in the mid-1960s. Ellsberg had been sent to observe the war firsthand, to assess how American forces were performing, and to report back to Washington. What he saw there troubled him deeply. The reality on the ground bore little resemblance to the optimistic reports being fed to the American public. Villages were being destroyed, civilians were dying in massive numbers, and American soldiers were fighting a war that seemed to have no clear objective or endpoint. Yet back home, government officials continued to speak of progress, of light at the end of the tunnel, of victory just around the corner. When Ellsberg returned to the United States, he was assigned to work on a top-secret project that would change his life forever. In 1967, Defense Secretary Robert McNamara commissioned a comprehensive study of American involvement in Vietnam. The goal was to create a complete historical record of how the United States had become embroiled in Southeast Asia, from the end of World War II through the present day. The project was massive, involving dozens of analysts and researchers who combed through thousands of classified documents, cables, memos, and reports. What they found was shocking. The study, which would eventually run to 7,000 pages across 47 volumes, revealed a pattern of deception that stretched back decades. Every administration from Harry Truman to Lyndon Johnson had misled the American people about Vietnam. Presidents had lied about the reasons for involvement, military leaders had fabricated progress reports, and intelligence agencies had suppressed information that contradicted the official narrative. The documents showed that as early as 1949, the United States was secretly supporting French colonial forces in Vietnam, even as American officials publicly claimed neutrality. They revealed that the Gulf of Tonkin Incident in 1964, which President Johnson used to justify massive escalation of American involvement, had been greatly exaggerated and possibly fabricated entirely. The papers showed that Johnson had been planning to expand the war months before the incident occurred, and that the administration had been looking for any excuse to justify what they had already decided to do. Perhaps most damning of all, the Pentagon Papers revealed that government officials knew the war was unwinnable as early as 1965, yet they continued to send young American men to fight and die in Vietnam. Internal memos showed military leaders expressing private doubts about the mission, while publicly declaring confidence in ultimate victory. The papers documented how casualty figures were manipulated, how enemy strength was systematically underestimated, and how intelligence reports were altered to support predetermined policy decisions. For Daniel Ellsberg, reading these documents was a profound moral awakening. Here was proof that everything the American people had been told about Vietnam was a lie. Thousands of American soldiers had died for a cause their own leaders knew was hopeless. Tens of thousands of Vietnamese civilians had perished in a conflict that served no legitimate American interest, and all of it had been justified through systematic deception of the American public. But the Pentagon Papers were classified at the highest levels of government secrecy. Revealing their contents would be an act of treason, punishable by decades in prison or even death. Ellsberg struggled with his conscience for months. He had taken an oath to protect government secrets, and he had built his entire career on being a trusted insider. Yet he also believed deeply in democracy, and democracy could not function if the people were systematically lied to by their elected leaders. The turning point came in 1969, when Ellsberg attended an anti-war conference and heard young activists speak about their willingness to go to prison rather than participate in what they saw as an immoral war. These young people, some barely out of their teens, were ready to sacrifice their freedom for their principles. Ellsberg realized that if they could make such sacrifices, he could too. He decided to copy the Pentagon Papers and release them to the public. The process of copying 7,000 pages of classified documents was extraordinarily dangerous and technically challenging. Ellsberg could not use government facilities, as that would immediately expose him. Instead, he enlisted the help of his children and a small group of trusted friends. Night after night, they gathered in various locations around the country, carefully photocopying page after page of the most sensitive documents in the American government. It was slow, meticulous work, and discovery at any point would have meant immediate arrest and prosecution. Once he had the copies, Ellsberg faced another dilemma. How could he release the papers in a way that would have maximum impact while minimizing the risk to national security? He approached several members of Congress, hoping they would use their constitutional immunity to release the documents on the Senate or House floor. But most politicians were too afraid of the political consequences. The Vietnam War was still ongoing, and no one wanted to be seen as undermining American forces in the field. Finally, Ellsberg decided to approach the press. In early 1971, he contacted Neil Sheehan, a reporter for the New York Times who had covered the Vietnam War extensively. Sheehan was initially skeptical. The idea that someone would risk everything to leak thousands of pages of classified documents seemed almost too dramatic to be real. But when Ellsberg showed him samples of the papers, Sheehan immediately understood their significance. The New York Times faced an agonizing decision. Publishing the Pentagon Papers would be an unprecedented act of journalistic courage, but it would also put the newspaper in direct confrontation with the federal government. The Times editors knew they could face criminal prosecution, and the newspaper itself could be shut down. But they also recognized that the public had a right to know the truth about Vietnam. On June 13, 1971, the New York Times published its first story based on the Pentagon Papers. The headline read, "Vietnam Archive. Pentagon Study Traces 3 Decades of Growing United States Involvement." The article revealed that the Johnson administration had been planning to escalate the Vietnam War long before the Gulf of Tonkin Incident, and that American officials had serious doubts about the war's prospects for success, even as they publicly expressed confidence. The reaction was immediate and explosive. President Richard Nixon, despite the fact that the Pentagon Papers primarily embarrassed his Democratic predecessors, was furious. He saw the leak as a direct attack on presidential authority and executive privilege. Within hours of the Times publication, the Justice Department obtained a court order demanding that the newspaper stop publishing the documents. It was the first time in American history that the federal government had sought prior restraint against a major newspaper. But the damage was already done. Other newspapers, including the Washington Post and the Boston Globe, had obtained copies of the papers and continued publishing stories based on their contents. The government found itself in the impossible position of trying to suppress information that was already spreading across the country's major news outlets. The legal battle that followed was intense and swift. The case, known as New York Times Company versus United States, quickly made its way to the Supreme Court. The government argued that publication of the papers would cause irreparable harm to national security and ongoing military operations. The newspapers countered that the First Amendment protected their right to publish information of clear public interest, and that the government was using national security as a pretext to hide embarrassing political information. On June 30th, 1971, just 17 days after the first story appeared, the Supreme Court ruled 6-3 in favor of the newspapers. The court held that the government had not met the heavy burden required to justify prior restraint on the press. The Pentagon Papers could continue to be published. Meanwhile, the FBI was conducting one of the largest manhunts in its history to find the source of the leak. They quickly focused on Daniel Ellsberg, whose access to the documents and known opposition to the war made him a prime suspect. On June 28, 1971, Ellsberg surrendered to federal authorities. He was charged under the Espionage Act with theft of government property and conspiracy, crimes that could have resulted in a sentence of 115 years in prison. Ellsberg's trial became a media sensation and a rallying point for the anti-war movement. Supporters hailed him as a hero who had risked everything to tell the American people the truth. Critics denounced him as a traitor who had damaged national security and put American lives at risk. The case highlighted fundamental questions about the balance between government secrecy and democratic accountability. But Ellsberg's legal troubles were just beginning. President Nixon, obsessed with stopping leaks and punishing those he saw as enemies, authorized the creation of a secret White House unit known as the Plumbers. Their job was to stop information leaks by any means necessary. The Plumbers decided to discredit Ellsberg by burglarizing his psychiatrist's office, hoping to find embarrassing personal information they could use against him. The break-in at the office of Dr. Lewis Fielding was carried out by some of the same operatives who would later be caught breaking into the Democratic National Committee headquarters at the Watergate complex. When the connection between the two operations became known, it contributed to the growing scandal that would eventually bring down Nixon's presidency. The Fielding break-in also had immediate consequences for Ellsberg's case. When the judge learned that the government had engaged in illegal surveillance and burglary against the defendant, he declared a mistrial and dismissed all charges. Ellsberg was free, but the larger questions raised by the Pentagon Papers remained unresolved. The impact of the Pentagon Papers on American society was profound and lasting. For the first time, the American people had documentary proof that their government had systematically lied to them about a major war. The papers showed that the war in Vietnam had been based on false premises, continued through deliberate deception, and prolonged despite clear evidence that it could not be won. The revelations contributed to a broader crisis of confidence in American institutions that defined the 1970s. Coming just a few years before the Watergate scandal, the Pentagon Papers helped establish a pattern of government dishonesty that would color public perceptions of political leaders for decades to come. They also marked a turning point in the relationship between the press and the government, establishing the principle that journalists had not just the right, but the obligation to hold powerful institutions accountable, even when those institutions claimed that secrecy was necessary for national security. The Pentagon Papers also revealed the extent to which the Vietnam War had been driven by bureaucratic momentum rather than strategic necessity. The documents showed how policy decisions were often made to avoid political embarrassment rather than to serve national interests. They revealed a system in which analysts and advisors were afraid to tell their superiors unwelcome truths, creating an echo chamber where failed policies were perpetuated long after their futility had become apparent. Perhaps most troubling of all, the Pentagon Papers showed how easily democratic institutions could be subverted when government officials believed they knew better than the people they served. The documents revealed a mindset in which lying to the public was seen as not just acceptable but necessary, where the national interest was defined by a small group of insiders who felt no obligation to explain their decisions to the electorate. The long-term consequences of the Pentagon Papers extended far beyond Vietnam. They helped establish legal precedents that would protect investigative journalism for decades to come. They contributed to congressional oversight reforms that gave legislators greater access to classified information. They also inspired a generation of whistleblowers and investigative reporters who saw Ellsberg as a model of moral courage. But the Pentagon Papers also revealed how difficult it could be to hold government accountable, even when its deceptions were clearly documented. Despite the overwhelming evidence of official dishonesty, few of the officials responsible for the Vietnam deceptions faced any consequences for their actions. The system that had produced the lies remained largely intact, ready to produce new deceptions in future crises. The story of the Pentagon Papers raises uncomfortable questions that remain relevant today. How much can a democratic society trust its government to tell the truth about matters of war and peace? What obligations do government employees have when they discover evidence of official wrongdoing? How can the press balance its responsibility to inform the public with legitimate concerns about national security? These questions became even more pressing in the years following the Pentagon Papers' release. The Iran-Contra scandal of the 1980s, the weapons of mass destruction claims that preceded the Iraq War, and the NSA surveillance programs revealed by Edward Snowden all echoed themes first explored in the Pentagon Papers. Each case involved government officials who believed they could lie to the American people in service of what they saw as higher purposes. The Pentagon Papers also highlighted the human cost of government deception. Every lie told to justify the Vietnam War represented real lives lost or damaged. American soldiers died fighting for objectives their own leaders knew were impossible to achieve. Vietnamese civilians suffered through years of additional warfare that served no legitimate purpose. Families were destroyed, communities were shattered, and an entire generation was traumatized by a conflict that might have ended years earlier if the truth had been told. Yet the Pentagon Papers also demonstrated the power of individual conscience to challenge institutional dishonesty. Daniel Ellsberg's decision to risk everything to tell the truth showed that even the most powerful government secrecy systems could be penetrated by moral courage. His example inspired others to come forward with evidence of government wrongdoing, creating a tradition of whistleblowing that continues to this day. The technical aspects of how the Pentagon Papers were created and disseminated also revealed important truths about government decision-making. The study that became the Pentagon Papers was originally intended as an internal government assessment, a way for officials to understand how American involvement in Vietnam had evolved over time. The fact that this honest internal assessment painted such a different picture from public statements, showed how routinely government officials compartmentalized their public and private positions. The papers also revealed the extent to which American foreign policy was driven by fear of appearing weak rather than by clear strategic objectives. Document after document showed officials arguing for escalation, not because they believed it would lead to victory, but because they were afraid that withdrawal would damage American credibility. This fear of looking weak trapped successive administrations in a war they knew they could not win. The Pentagon Papers showed how bureaucratic processes could perpetuate failed policies long after their flaws had become obvious. Each administration inherited Vietnam policies from its predecessors and found it politically easier to continue them than to admit failure and change course. The result was a war that continued for years after its futility had become clear to those making the decisions. The documents also revealed how intelligence was manipulated to support predetermined policy positions. Rather than using intelligence to inform policy decisions, officials routinely suppressed or distorted intelligence that contradicted their preferred courses of action. This pattern of intelligence manipulation would be repeated in future conflicts, suggesting that the Pentagon Papers revealed systemic problems rather than isolated incidents. As we look back on the Pentagon Papers more than 50 years after their release, their relevance has only grown. In an era of increasing government secrecy and declining public trust in institutions, the questions they raised about the balance between national security and democratic accountability have become even more pressing. The papers remain a powerful reminder that democratic governments derive their legitimacy from the consent of the governed, and that consent cannot be meaningful if it is based on lies. The Pentagon Papers also serve as a testament to the importance of a free press in holding government accountable. Without the courage of newspapers like the New York Times and the Washington Post, the American people might never have learned the truth about Vietnam. The legal precedent established by their publication continues to protect investigative journalism today, even as new technologies and changing media landscapes create fresh challenges for press freedom. But perhaps the most important lesson of the Pentagon Papers is that the truth, no matter how deeply buried or heavily classified, has a way of emerging. Government officials who believe they can deceive the public indefinitely are ultimately proven wrong. The Pentagon Papers showed that even the most sophisticated secrecy systems cannot permanently suppress evidence of official wrongdoing. Truth may be delayed, but it cannot be denied forever. In the shadowy world of international finance, where billions of dollars flow across borders with the click of a button, some institutions operate in the gray areas beyond the reach of any single government's oversight. In the 1970s and 80s, one such institution grew to become one of the world's largest banks, with operations spanning from London to Karachi, from Miami to Hong Kong. Its name was the Bank of Credit and Commerce International, known simply as BCCI. To the outside world, it appeared to be a legitimate financial institution serving the banking needs of developing nations and immigrant communities. But beneath this respectable facade lay what prosecutors would later call the most corrupt financial enterprise in history. The story of BCCI begins with a man who understood that the modern world's complex financial systems could be exploited by those clever enough to operate between jurisdictions, in the spaces where no single authority had complete oversight. Agha Hassan Abedi was a Pakistani banker with grand ambitions and a talent for cultivating relationships with powerful people. Born in British India in 1922, Abedi had witnessed the partition of the subcontinent and understood how political upheaval could create opportunities for those willing to take risks. In 1972, Abedi founded BCCI with backing from Sheikh Zayed bin Sultan Al Nahyan, the ruler of Abu Dhabi and one of the wealthiest men in the world. The bank's stated mission was noble: to serve the financial needs of the developing world, particularly Muslim countries and immigrant communities that were often overlooked by established Western banks. BCCI promised to be different, a third world bank that would challenge the dominance of Western financial institutions. From the beginning, BCCI was structured in a way that made oversight nearly impossible. The bank was incorporated in Luxembourg, but its holding company was based in the Cayman Islands. Its operations were centered in London, but its largest shareholder was in Abu Dhabi. This complex structure meant that no single regulator had complete authority over the bank's activities. If British authorities asked uncomfortable questions, BCCI could point to its Luxembourg incorporation. If Luxembourg regulators became suspicious, the bank could claim it was merely following the directives of its Cayman Islands holding company. This regulatory confusion was not accidental. BCCI's founders had deliberately created a structure that would allow the bank to operate in the shadows of international finance, beyond the effective reach of any government's oversight. It was a brilliant strategy that would allow BCCI to grow rapidly while engaging in activities that would have been impossible for a conventional bank. In its early years, BCCI appeared to be exactly what it claimed to be, a legitimate bank serving underserved markets. The bank opened branches in major cities around the world, attracting deposits from wealthy individuals in oil-rich nations and providing financial services to immigrant communities in Europe and North America. BCCI's marketing emphasized its commitment to Islamic banking principles and its role as a bridge between the developing and developed worlds. But even in these early years, there were signs that something was not quite right. BCCI grew at an unprecedented rate, expanding from a small startup to one of the world's largest banks in just over a decade. This rapid growth was fueled by aggressive lending practices and interest rates that seemed too good to be true. The bank paid higher interest on deposits than its competitors while charging lower rates on loans. For traditional bankers, this business model made no sense. How could BCCI be profitable while paying more for deposits and earning less on loans than every other bank? The answer, investigators would later discover, was that BCCI was not really a bank at all. It was an elaborate criminal enterprise disguised as a financial institution. The bank's legitimate banking operations were essentially a front for a vast network of illegal activities that included money laundering, arms trafficking, drug smuggling, bribery, and fraud on a scale that dwarfed anything previously seen in the financial world. At the heart of BCCI's criminal operations was a sophisticated money laundering system that allowed the bank's clients to move dirty money around the world with minimal risk of detection. The bank's complex international structure made it easy to obscure the origins of funds and the identities of their ultimate beneficiaries. Money could be deposited in one country, transferred through a maze of shell companies and nominee accounts, and emerge clean in another jurisdiction with no apparent connection to its criminal origins. BCCI's clients included some of the most notorious criminals and corrupt officials of the late 20th century. The bank laundered money for drug cartels, particularly those operating in Latin America. It provided financial services to arms dealers who sold weapons to both sides in various conflicts around the world. The bank helped corrupt government officials hide stolen public funds in secret accounts, and it facilitated the transfer of money to terrorist organizations and intelligence agencies engaged in covert operations. One of BCCI's most significant clients was Manuel Noriega, the Panamanian dictator who controlled much of the drug trade between South America and the United States. BCCI helped Noriega launder millions of dollars in drug proceeds, providing him with the financial infrastructure necessary to maintain his criminal empire. The bank also had extensive dealings with the Medellin and Cali cartels, the Colombian drug organizations that dominated the international cocaine trade during the 1980s. But BCCI's criminal activities extended far beyond drug money laundering. The bank was deeply involved in the international arms trade, providing financing for weapons deals that violated numerous international sanctions and arms embargoes. BCCI helped arrange the sale of weapons to both Iran and Iraq during their bloody war in the 1980s, profiting from the conflict while prolonging the suffering of both nations. The bank also played a role in various intelligence operations, serving as a financial conduit for covert activities by intelligence agencies from multiple countries. BCCI's ability to move money secretly across borders made it an attractive partner for spy agencies that needed to fund operations without leaving official paper trails. The bank's relationship with intelligence services provided it with protection from law enforcement scrutiny and advance warning of potential investigations. Perhaps most remarkably, BCCI managed to infiltrate the legitimate financial system in ways that should have been impossible for a criminal enterprise. The bank acquired control of major financial institutions in the United States, including First American Bankshares, one of the largest bank holding companies in Washington, D.C. This acquisition was accomplished through a complex web of secret ownership structures and nominee shareholders that concealed BCCI's true control of the American banks. The acquisition of American banks was part of BCCI's strategy to gain legitimacy and access to the heart of the global financial system. By controlling banks in major financial centers, BCCI could process transactions that would have been impossible through its own branches. The American banks also provided BCCI with access to the Federal Reserve's payment systems, allowing the organization to move money through channels that were supposed to be reserved for legitimate financial institutions. BCCI's infiltration of the American banking system was facilitated by prominent American political and business figures who either knowingly participated in the scheme or were manipulated into providing cover for the bank's activities. Clark Clifford, a legendary Washington insider who had served as Secretary of Defense under Lyndon Johnson, became chairman of First American Bankshares, apparently without knowing that the bank was secretly controlled by BCCI. Clifford's reputation and political connections provided BCCI with exactly the kind of legitimacy it needed to operate in the American market. The bank's ability to recruit prominent figures was one of its most effective strategies. BCCI cultivated relationships with politicians, business leaders, and celebrities around the world, often providing them with favorable loan terms or other financial benefits in exchange for their association with the bank. These relationships not only provided BCCI with legitimacy, but also with protection from regulatory scrutiny. As BCCI grew larger and more complex, maintaining the facade of legitimate banking became increasingly difficult. The bank's criminal activities generated enormous profits, but these profits had to be hidden from regulators and auditors who might ask uncomfortable questions about the sources of the bank's apparent success. BCCI developed sophisticated accounting tricks to hide its true financial condition, creating phantom loans and false deposits to make its books appear balanced. The bank also engaged in extensive bribery of government officials around the world, paying millions of dollars to regulators, politicians, and law enforcement officers to look the other way or provide advance warning of potential problems. This corruption network extended from local bank examiners to senior government ministers, creating a protective shield around BCCI's operations. But even the most sophisticated criminal enterprise cannot hide its activities forever. By the late 1980s, investigators in multiple countries were beginning to piece together evidence of BCCI's criminal activities. The bank's involvement in drug money laundering had attracted the attention of American drug enforcement agencies, while its arms trafficking activities had drawn scrutiny from international law enforcement organizations. The first major crack in BCCI's facade came in 1988, when American customs agents conducted a sting operation called Operation Sea Chase. The operation involved undercover agents posing as money launderers who offered to help BCCI clients hide drug proceeds. The investigation revealed that BCCI employees were not only willing to launder drug money, but were actively soliciting such business. Several BCCI officers were arrested and convicted, providing prosecutors with their first clear evidence of the bank's criminal activities. The C. Chase investigation also revealed the extent of BCCI's penetration of the American financial system. Investigators discovered that the bank had secretly acquired control of several American financial institutions through nominee shareholders and shell companies. This discovery triggered a broader investigation into BCCI's global operations and its compliance with international banking regulations. As investigators dug deeper into BCCI's activities, they uncovered a criminal enterprise of staggering scope and complexity. The bank had stolen billions of dollars from depositors, laundered money for every major criminal organization in the world, and corrupted government officials on multiple continents. The investigation revealed that BCCI was not simply a bank that had engaged in some illegal activities. It was a criminal organization that had used banking as a cover for its operations. The investigation also revealed the extent to which BCCI had exploited weaknesses in the international regulatory system. The bank's complex structure had made it virtually impossible for any single regulator to understand the full scope of its activities. Regulators in each jurisdiction saw only a small piece of the puzzle, and BCCI's management had carefully ensured that no single authority had access to information that would reveal the bank's true nature. By 1991, the evidence against BCCI had become overwhelming. Regulators in multiple countries coordinated a simultaneous closure of the bank's operations around the world. On July 5, 1991, BCCI was shut down in what the Bank of England called the largest criminal investigation in banking history. The coordinated closure was necessary because BCCI's management had been moving assets around the world to stay ahead of individual regulatory actions. The closure of BCCI sent shockwaves through the international financial system. Hundreds of thousands of depositors lost their savings, including many individuals and small businesses in developing countries who had trusted BCCI with their life savings. The bank's collapse also exposed the extent to which the international financial system was vulnerable to criminal exploitation. The investigation into BCCI's activities continued for years after the bank's closure. Prosecutors in multiple countries filed criminal charges against hundreds of BCCI employees and associates. The bank's founder, Agha Hassanabedi, died before he could be brought to trial, but many of his associates were convicted and sentenced to prison terms. The BCCI scandal also had significant political consequences. In the United States, the revelation that prominent political figures had been associated with the bank led to congressional investigations and calls for reform of the banking regulatory system. The scandal contributed to a broader loss of confidence in the integrity of international financial institutions and highlighted the need for better coordination among international regulators. One of the most disturbing aspects of the BCCI scandal was the revelation that intelligence agencies from multiple countries had known about the bank's criminal activities, but had allowed them to continue because BCCI was useful for their own covert operations. The bank's ability to move money secretly around the world made it an attractive partner for spy agencies that needed to fund operations without leaving official paper trails. This relationship between BCCI and various intelligence services raised troubling questions about the extent to which government agencies were willing to tolerate criminal activity when it served their purposes. The scandal revealed that the line between intelligence operations and criminal enterprises was sometimes blurred, with serious consequences for the rule of law and public accountability. The BCCI case also highlighted the challenges of prosecuting international financial crimes. The bank's complex structure made it difficult to determine which laws applied to which aspects of its operations, Evidence was scattered across multiple jurisdictions, and witnesses were often located in countries that were unwilling or unable to cooperate with international investigations. Despite these challenges, the BCCI investigation did result in significant criminal convictions and regulatory reforms. In the United States, several BCCI officials were sentenced to long prison terms for money laundering and fraud. The bank's American operations were shut down, and millions of dollars in assets were recovered for victims. The scandal also led to important changes in international banking regulation. The Basel Committee on Banking Supervision, which sets international standards for bank oversight, issued new guidelines requiring better coordination among national regulators and more comprehensive oversight of international banking operations. These reforms were designed to prevent future BCCIs from exploiting gaps in the regulatory system. But the BCCI scandal also revealed fundamental problems with the international financial system that were not easily addressed through regulatory reform. The bank's ability to operate across multiple jurisdictions while avoiding effective oversight highlighted the challenges of regulating global financial institutions in a world of sovereign nation-states. The case also raised questions about the role of secrecy in international finance. BCCI had exploited bank secrecy laws and complex corporate structures to hide its criminal activities from regulators and law enforcement agencies. The scandal highlighted the tension between legitimate privacy concerns and the need for transparency to prevent criminal abuse of the financial system. Perhaps most troubling of all, the BCCI scandal revealed how easily criminal organizations could infiltrate and corrupt legitimate financial institutions. The bank's ability to acquire control of major American banks through secret ownership structures showed that even well-regulated financial systems were vulnerable to criminal penetration. The human cost of the BCCI scandal was enormous. Hundreds of thousands of depositors lost their savings when the bank collapsed. Many of these victims were small savers in developing countries who had few alternatives to BCCI for banking services. The bank's collapse also disrupted legitimate business operations around the world, as companies that had relied on BCCI for trade financing and other services suddenly found themselves without banking relationships. The scandal also had broader economic consequences. The revelation that one of the world's largest banks was essentially a criminal enterprise shook confidence in the international financial system and contributed to increased regulatory scrutiny of international banking operations. This scrutiny, while necessary, also increased the costs and complexity of legitimate international financial transactions. The BCCI case remains relevant today as investigators continue to uncover evidence of money laundering and financial crimes involving major international banks. The techniques that BCCI used to hide its criminal activities, including complex corporate structures, nominee ownership arrangements, and exploitation of regulatory gaps, continue to be used by criminal organizations and corrupt officials around the world. The scandal also highlighted the importance of international cooperation in combating financial crimes. The investigation into BCCI required coordination among law enforcement agencies and regulators in dozens of countries. This cooperation was often difficult to achieve due to differences in legal systems, conflicting national interests, and simple bureaucratic inertia. As we look back on the BCCI scandal more than 30 years after the bank's collapse, its lessons remain painfully relevant. The case showed how criminal organizations could exploit the complexity and interconnectedness of the modern financial system to conduct illegal activities on a global scale. It revealed the challenges of regulating international financial institutions and the importance of maintaining public oversight of the banking system. The BCCI scandal also demonstrated the corrosive effects of financial crime on democratic institutions and the rule of law. The bank's ability to corrupt government officials and infiltrate legitimate institutions showed how criminal enterprises could undermine the foundations of civil society. The case highlighted the need for strong regulatory institutions and the importance of maintaining the integrity of the financial system. But perhaps the most enduring lesson of the BCCI scandal is that the pursuit of profit, when unconstrained by ethical considerations or effective oversight, can lead to criminal behavior on an almost unimaginable scale. The bank's collapse revealed that even institutions that present themselves as serving noble purposes can be facades for criminal enterprises. It showed that vigilance and skepticism are essential tools for protecting the integrity of the financial system and the broader economy. In the 1980s, something happened in America that would forever change how we think about banking, government, and the shadowy connections between the two. It was called the Savings and Loan Crisis, but that name doesn't capture the full scope of what really occurred. What started as a financial disaster became one of the most sophisticated cover-ups in modern American history, involving billions of dollars, powerful politicians, and a web of corruption that reached into the highest levels of government. The savings and loan industry was supposed to be simple, safe, and boring. These institutions, often called S&Ls or thrifts, were created during the Great Depression to help ordinary Americans buy homes. They took deposits from local communities and used that money to make home loans. It was straightforward banking, the kind that kept small towns and neighborhoods functioning. For decades, this system worked exactly as intended. But by the early 1980s, something had gone very wrong. Across the country, savings and loan institutions were failing at an alarming rate. What the public was told was that these failures were due to economic conditions, high interest rates, and poor management. The real story, however, was far more complex and disturbing. Behind the scenes, a perfect storm of deregulation, political corruption, and criminal activity was destroying the industry from within. The trouble began in 1982 when Congress passed the Garn-St. Germain Act. This legislation was sold to the public as a way to help savings and loans compete in a changing financial landscape. The law removed many of the restrictions that had kept these institutions stable for decades. Suddenly, S&Ls could invest in commercial real estate, make business loans, and engage in all sorts of risky activities that had previously been forbidden. What happened next defied all expectations. Instead of using their newfound freedom responsibly, many savings and loan operators saw an opportunity for personal enrichment on a massive scale. They began making increasingly reckless investments, often in projects that benefited themselves or their associates. Some purchased luxury jets, built lavish offices, and threw extravagant parties, all funded by depositors' money. But the real corruption went much deeper than lavish spending. Throughout the 1980s, a network of criminals, politicians, and business leaders worked together to systematically loot savings and loan institutions across the country. This wasn't random fraud carried out by individual bad actors. It was organized crime operating at the highest levels of the financial system. One of the most shocking examples was Lincoln Savings and Loan in California, controlled by Charles Keating. Keating turned what had been a conservative savings institution into his personal piggy bank. He invested depositors' money in high-risk real estate projects, many of which were designed to fail from the beginning. When customers came to withdraw their money, Keating's employees would often steer them toward worthless bonds issued by his companies instead of giving them their federally insured savings. What made Keating's operation particularly disturbing was his political connections. He donated heavily to politicians who could influence banking regulations, including 5 United States senators who became known as the Keating Five. These senators intervened with federal regulators on Keating's behalf, helping him continue his fraudulent activities for years longer than should have been possible. The Keating case wasn't unique. Across the country, similar schemes were playing out at hundreds of other institutions. In Texas, Where the crisis hit particularly hard, entire networks of savings and loans were being used to fund fraudulent real estate deals, money laundering operations, and other criminal activities. The Texas connection revealed something even more troubling about the crisis. Many researchers have suggested that some of the failed Texas savings and loans were used to fund covert operations by the Central Intelligence Agency. During the 1980s, the CIA was heavily involved in supporting anti-communist forces in Central America, particularly the Contras in Nicaragua. Congress had restricted funding for these operations, forcing the agency to find alternative sources of money. According to numerous whistleblowers and investigators, certain savings and loan institutions became vehicles for laundering money that supported these covert activities. Real estate deals that made no economic sense were allegedly used to move funds from savings and loans to CIA-backed operations. When these institutions inevitably failed, the losses were absorbed by American taxpayers through federal deposit insurance. The most disturbing aspect of this connection was how thoroughly it was covered up. When investigators began to uncover links between failed savings and loans and covert operations, they often found their inquiries blocked by claims of national security. Evidence disappeared, witnesses became uncooperative, and entire investigations were shut down without explanation. One investigator who experienced this firsthand was Houston attorney Bill McMahon. While looking into the failure of several Texas savings and loans, McMahon uncovered what appeared to be a systematic operation to use these institutions for money laundering. When he tried to present his findings to federal authorities, he was told that his investigation threatened national security and was ordered to stop. Similar experiences were reported by investigators across the country. Journalists who tried to write about the covert connections found their stories killed by editors who had received calls from government officials. Congressional investigators who got too close to sensitive information were transferred to other assignments or found their funding cut. The scope of the cover-up became clear when the full extent of the crisis was finally revealed. By the time it was over, more than 1,000 savings and loan institutions had failed, costing taxpayers an estimated $500 billion when all costs are included. This made it one of the most expensive financial disasters in American history. But the true cost went beyond money. The savings and loan crisis represented a fundamental breakdown in the relationship between government and citizens. Institutions that were supposed to protect people's savings had been turned into vehicles for criminal activity and covert operations. Regulators who should have been preventing fraud were instead facilitating it through a combination of incompetence and corruption. What makes the cover-up so significant is how successful it was. Despite the enormous scope of the crisis and the clear evidence of criminal activity, very few people were ever held accountable. Charles Keating was eventually convicted and sentenced to prison, but his sentence was later overturned on a technicality. Most of the other major figures in the crisis escaped with minimal punishment or no punishment at all. The political figures who enabled the crisis also largely escaped consequences. The Keating 5 senators faced ethics investigations, but only one, Alan Cranston, received any significant punishment, and even that was merely a reprimand. The others continued their political careers as if nothing had happened. Even more troubling was how the crisis was explained to the public. The official narrative focused on economic factors and regulatory failures, downplaying the role of criminal activity and political corruption. The covert operations connections were almost entirely ignored in official reports and mainstream media coverage. This narrative served multiple purposes. It protected the reputations of the politicians and business leaders who had enabled the crisis. It prevented embarrassing revelations about covert operations and money laundering. And it allowed the same system that had created the crisis to continue operating with only minor modifications. The savings and loan cover-up established a template that would be used in future financial crises. When problems arose, the official response would focus on technical explanations and regulatory solutions, while ignoring the fundamental issues of corruption and criminal activity. The people responsible would face minimal consequences, while taxpayers would bear the cost of cleanup. This pattern would repeat itself in subsequent financial crises, from the dot-com bubble to the 2008 housing crisis. Each time, the same basic script would be followed: downplay criminal activity, blame economic factors, protect the powerful, and stick taxpayers with the bill. But the savings and loan crisis was different because of its scale and the brazenness of the cover-up. The evidence of criminal activity was overwhelming, yet it was systematically ignored or suppressed. The connections to covert operations were clearly documented, yet they were treated as if they didn't exist. One of the most revealing aspects of the cover-up was how thoroughly it penetrated the media. Despite the enormous scope of the crisis and the clear evidence of criminal activity, most mainstream news outlets provided only superficial coverage that focused on the official narrative. Investigative reporters who tried to dig deeper often found their work blocked or discredited. This media complicity wasn't accidental. Many of the news organizations that should have been investigating the crisis were owned by companies that had financial interests in maintaining the cover-up. Others were influenced by government officials who claimed that more aggressive coverage would threaten national security. The result was that the American public never learned the full truth about what had happened to their money and their financial system. They were told that the crisis was the result of economic factors and regulatory failures, not criminal activity and political corruption. They were never told about the connections to covert operations or the systematic nature of the fraud. This information vacuum allowed the same people and institutions that had created the crisis to maintain their power and influence. Banking executives who had overseen fraudulent activities moved on to other positions in the financial industry. Politicians who had enabled the crisis continued their careers without consequence. Regulators who had failed in their duties were promoted or moved to lucrative private sector jobs. The savings and loan crisis also revealed how thoroughly the financial system had been corrupted by the 1980s. What had started as a system designed to help ordinary Americans buy homes had been transformed into a vehicle for sophisticated financial crime. The deregulation that was supposed to make the system more efficient had instead made it more vulnerable to fraud and manipulation. This transformation didn't happen overnight. It was the result of decades of political and regulatory changes that gradually weakened the safeguards that had protected the financial system since the Great Depression. The savings and loan crisis was simply the most dramatic example of what happened when those safeguards were removed. The crisis also demonstrated the power of what researchers call the iron triangle, the mutually beneficial relationship between government regulators, the industries they regulate, and the politicians who oversee both. In the case of the savings and loan industry, this triangle had become so corrupted that it was working against the public interest rather than protecting it. Regulators who should have been preventing fraud were instead facilitating it through a combination of incompetence and corruption. Politicians who should have been overseeing the regulators were instead taking money from the industry and intervening on behalf of fraudulent operators. The result was a system that was designed to benefit insiders at the expense of ordinary citizens. The cover-up of the savings and loan crisis was so successful that most Americans today know very little about what really happened. They may remember that there was a banking crisis in the 1980s that cost taxpayers a lot of money, but they don't understand the criminal activity, political corruption, and covert operations that were at the heart of the scandal. This ignorance isn't accidental. It's the result of a deliberate effort to suppress the truth about one of the most significant financial crimes in American history. The people responsible for the crisis had every incentive to ensure that the full story never became public knowledge. They succeeded so well that the same patterns of behavior continue to this day in different forms. The savings and loan crisis stands as one of the most successful cover-ups in modern American history. Despite overwhelming evidence of criminal activity and political corruption, the truth was successfully suppressed, the guilty parties escaped punishment, and the system that created the crisis was allowed to continue operating with only cosmetic changes. Understanding this cover-up is crucial for understanding how power really works in America. It reveals how financial crime can be committed on a massive scale, how political corruption can protect the guilty, and how the media can be manipulated to suppress inconvenient truths. Most importantly, it shows how ordinary citizens can be made to pay the price for crimes committed by the powerful. The lessons of the savings and loan crisis remain relevant today as new financial scandals emerge and the same patterns of behavior repeat themselves. Until the full truth about this crisis is acknowledged and the people responsible are held accountable, similar crises will continue to occur, and ordinary Americans will continue to pay the price for the crimes of the powerful. During the Vietnam War, the United States military sprayed millions of gallons of chemical defoliants across the jungles of Southeast Asia. The most notorious of these chemicals was Agent Orange, named for the orange stripe on the storage barrels. What soldiers and civilians were told at the time was that these chemicals were safe, that they posed no threat to human health, and that they would simply remove the jungle canopy to deny cover to enemy forces. This was a lie. Not only was Agent Orange incredibly toxic to human health, but the companies that manufactured it and the government officials who authorized its use knew about its dangers from the very beginning. What followed was one of the most extensive and long-lasting cover-ups in military history, involving decades of denial, destroyed evidence, and systematic suppression of scientific research. The story of Agent Orange begins long before the Vietnam War. The chemical was developed during World War II as part of research into biological and chemical weapons. Scientists working for the U.S. military discovered that certain herbicides could be used to destroy crops and vegetation on a massive scale. After the war, this research continued as part of the military's ongoing interest in chemical warfare. By the 1950s, the military had developed a whole rainbow of chemical defoliants, each designated by a color-coded stripe on storage containers. Agent Orange was just one of these chemicals, but it would become the most widely used and the most infamous. The main active ingredients in Agent Orange were two herbicides, 2,4-D and 2,4,5-T. It was the second of these chemicals that would prove to be the most dangerous. The manufacturing process for 2,4,5-T inevitably produced a toxic byproduct called dioxin. This wasn't an intentional addition to the herbicide, it was simply an unavoidable consequence of how the chemical was made. Dioxin is one of the most toxic substances known to science, causing cancer, birth defects, immune system damage, and a host of other serious health problems. The companies that manufactured Agent Orange knew about the dioxin contamination from the beginning. Internal documents that would later be uncovered during lawsuits revealed that chemical companies like Monsanto and Dow Chemical had conducted studies showing that dioxin was extremely toxic. They knew that workers in their factories were getting sick from exposure to the chemical. They knew that the Agent Orange they were selling to the military was contaminated with this deadly substance. But they said nothing. Instead of warning the military or the public about the dangers of dioxin, these companies continued to manufacture and sell Agent Orange as if it were completely safe. When pressed about potential health effects, they provided assurances that the chemical posed no threat to human health. The military, for its part, seems to have been willfully ignorant about the dangers of the chemicals it was using. While some military scientists may have suspected that Agent Orange could be harmful, the official position was that it was safe. This position was maintained even as evidence of health effects began to accumulate. The first large-scale use of Agent Orange occurred during the Vietnam War as part of Operation Ranch Hand. Between 1962 and 1971, the U.S. military sprayed approximately 20 million gallons of herbicides over Vietnam, Laos, and Cambodia. About 11 million gallons of this total was Agent Orange. The official purpose of the spraying program was to remove jungle cover that could hide enemy forces and to destroy crops that might feed them. Villages, farms, and forests across South Vietnam were doused with Agent Orange, often multiple times. The chemical was so concentrated that it would strip leaves from trees within days and leave the landscape barren. What military planners didn't tell the soldiers carrying out these missions was that they were handling one of the most toxic substances on Earth. Troops involved in spraying operations were given no protective equipment and no warnings about potential health effects. They were told that Agent Orange was as safe as soap. Many veterans remember being told that Agent Orange was so harmless they could drink it without ill effects. Some soldiers recall being drenched with the chemical when spray planes flew overhead. Others remember using empty Agent Orange containers to store drinking water or food. The military's casual attitude toward the chemical sent a clear message that it posed no danger. This message was reinforced by the complete absence of any safety protocols around Agent Orange. Unlike other military chemicals that required special handling procedures, Agent Orange was treated like any other supply item. Soldiers loaded it, mixed it, and sprayed it without gloves, masks, or any other protective gear. The veterans who handled Agent Orange most directly were the crews of the C-123 aircraft used in spraying operations. These men spent hours in close contact with the chemical, breathing its vapors and absorbing it through their skin. They were never warned about potential health risks or given any protective equipment. Many of them would later develop severe health problems that they would struggle for decades to get recognized as service-connected. But it wasn't just American soldiers who were exposed to Agent Orange. Millions of Vietnamese civilians lived in areas that were repeatedly sprayed with the chemical. Unlike the American veterans, who were exposed for tour of duty lasting months or years, many Vietnamese were exposed for their entire lives. They drank water contaminated with Agent Orange, ate food grown in soil saturated with the chemical, and breathed air filled with its residue. The effects on the Vietnamese population were immediate and devastating. In areas that had been heavily sprayed, rates of birth defects, cancer, and other serious health problems skyrocketed. Children were born with severe deformities, missing limbs, and neurological disorders. Adults developed cancers, liver disease, and immune system problems. Despite the clear correlation between Agent Orange spraying and health problems, the U.S. government refused to acknowledge any connection. Official statements maintained that Agent Orange was safe and that any health problems in Vietnam were due to other factors like poor nutrition, lack of medical care, or genetic factors. This denial continued even as American veterans began reporting health problems that seemed linked to their exposure to Agent Orange. By the mid-1970s, veterans organizations were receiving complaints from former service members who had developed cancers, neurological problems, and other serious health issues. Many of their children were being born with birth defects. When these veterans tried to get treatment through the Veterans Administration, they were told that their health problems were not service-connected because Agent Orange was safe. The official position was that there was no scientific evidence linking Agent Orange exposure to health problems. This position would be maintained for decades, despite mounting evidence to the contrary. The cover-up of Agent Orange's health effects involved multiple levels of government and lasted for decades. At its core was a systematic effort to suppress, discredit, or ignore any scientific research that suggested Agent Orange was harmful. This effort involved destroying documents, pressuring scientists, and manipulating research studies. One of the most egregious examples of this cover-up was the Ranch Hand study, supposedly an objective scientific investigation into the health effects of Agent Orange exposure. This study, conducted by the Air Force, followed the health of pilots and crew members who had been involved in spraying operations during the Vietnam War. On the surface, the ranch hand study appeared to be legitimate scientific research. In reality, it was designed from the beginning to minimize or hide evidence of health effects from Agent Orange exposure. The study used research methods that made it difficult to detect health problems, excluded many veterans who had been exposed to Agent Orange, and consistently downplayed significant findings. Internal documents later revealed that Air Force officials had predetermined the study's conclusions before the research even began. They were not interested in discovering the truth about Agent Orange's health effects. They were interested in providing scientific cover for the military's position that the chemical was safe. When ranch hand researchers did find evidence of health problems among exposed veterans, these findings were either buried in technical appendices or explained away as statistically insignificant. The study's public reports consistently concluded that Agent Orange exposure had not caused health problems, even when the underlying data suggested otherwise. The manipulation of the ranch hand study was just one part of a broader effort to control the scientific narrative around Agent Orange. Government agencies used their funding power to influence research at universities and other institutions. Studies that found evidence of health effects often had their funding cut or their results suppressed. Researchers who persisted in investigating Agent Orange's dangers found their careers threatened. One scientist who experienced this pressure firsthand was Dr. Kate Jenkins, who worked for the Environmental Protection Agency. Dr. Jenkins discovered evidence that the chemical companies had known about dioxin's cancer-causing properties decades before they admitted it publicly. When she tried to bring this information to light, she faced harassment, demotion, and attempts to fire her. Similar retaliation was faced by other scientists and government employees who tried to tell the truth about Agent Orange. Dr. James Clary, an Air Force scientist who had worked on the development of Agent Orange, later testified that he had been pressured to keep quiet about the chemical's dangers. Dr. Peter Kahn, who conducted research on dioxin for the EPA, had his work suppressed and his career damaged when he found evidence of serious health effects. The suppression of scientific research was accompanied by a systematic effort to destroy or hide documents that revealed the truth about Agent Orange. Throughout the 1980s and 90s, veterans advocates and lawyers representing sick veterans discovered that crucial documents about Agent Orange had been destroyed, lost, or classified beyond reach. Military records that should have documented where and when Agent Orange was used had mysteriously disappeared. Medical records of veterans who had reported health problems after exposure were nowhere to be found. Corporate documents that might have revealed what the chemical companies knew about dioxin's dangers were claimed to have been destroyed in routine document disposal. This pattern of missing documents was so consistent that it couldn't have been accidental. It represented a deliberate effort to eliminate evidence that could have been used to prove the connection between Agent Orange and health problems. Without this evidence, veterans found it nearly impossible to prove that their illnesses were service-connected. The cover-up was aided by the complex nature of dioxin poisoning. Unlike some toxins that cause immediate, obvious effects, dioxin often takes years or decades to cause health problems. This delay made it easier for officials to claim that any health problems were due to other causes. It also meant that the full scope of Agent Orange's effects wouldn't become clear for decades after the war ended. Even when the evidence became overwhelming, the cover-up continued through new strategies. Instead of denying that Agent Orange was toxic, officials began arguing about which health conditions it caused and how much exposure was necessary to cause problems. They demanded higher and higher standards of scientific proof, making it nearly impossible for veterans to qualify for benefits. This strategy was particularly effective because dioxin research is extremely difficult and expensive to conduct. Long-term studies involving thousands of people are needed to definitively prove connections between exposure and health effects. Such studies take decades to complete and cost millions of dollars. By demanding this level of proof, officials could delay recognition of health effects indefinitely. The human cost of the Agent Orange cover-up was enormous. Thousands of American veterans died from cancers and other diseases that were almost certainly caused by their exposure to the chemical. Many more suffered through years of illness, disability, and financial hardship while being denied the benefits they deserved. The impact on Vietnamese civilians was even more devastating. Millions of people were exposed to Agent Orange, often at much higher concentrations than American veterans. The health effects in Vietnam have been catastrophic, with abnormally high rates of cancer, birth defects, and other serious health problems in areas that were heavily sprayed. Children and grandchildren of people exposed to Agent Orange have also been affected. Dioxin can cause genetic damage that is passed down to future generations, meaning that the health effects of Agent Orange exposure continue decades after the original contamination occurred. Despite the overwhelming evidence of harm, the U.S. government has never fully acknowledged the scope of Agent Orange's health effects or provided adequate compensation to its victims. American veterans have received some benefits for certain health conditions, but the process of proving service connection remains difficult, and many legitimate claims are still denied. Vietnamese victims of Agent Orange have received virtually no compensation or assistance from the United States. Despite causing the contamination of their country, the U.S. government has refused to accept responsibility for the ongoing health effects in Vietnam. This refusal is based largely on the same denial and cover-up strategies that were used to avoid helping American veterans. The Agent Orange cover-up represents one of the most extensive and successful suppression campaigns in modern history. For decades, government agencies, military officials, and chemical companies worked together to hide the truth about one of the most toxic substances ever deployed by the U.S. military. This cover-up was successful because it operated on multiple levels simultaneously. Scientific research was suppressed or manipulated, documents were destroyed or hidden, whistleblowers were silenced, and public attention was diverted to other issues. The complexity of dioxin science and the long delay between exposure and health effects made it easier to maintain the cover-up for decades. The legacy of the Agent Orange cover-up continues today. Many veterans are still fighting for recognition of health conditions that are almost certainly related to their exposure to the chemical. In Vietnam, millions of people continue to suffer from health effects that can be traced back to Agent Orange contamination, with little hope of receiving help from the country that caused their suffering. Perhaps most importantly, the Agent Orange cover-up established a template for how government agencies and corporations can hide the health effects of toxic substances. The strategies used to suppress the truth about Agent Orange have been applied to other environmental and occupational health issues, from tobacco smoke to industrial chemicals to military burn pits. Understanding the Agent Orange cover-up is crucial for recognizing these patterns and holding those responsible accountable for their actions. It reveals how powerful institutions can systematically suppress scientific truth when it threatens their interests, and how ordinary people can be made to suffer the consequences of decisions made in secret by those in power. The full truth about Agent Orange may never be completely known, as decades of document destruction and cover-up have hidden much of the evidence. But what we do know is enough to understand that this was not simply a case of unfortunate ignorance or bureaucratic incompetence. It was a deliberate, systematic effort to hide the truth about one of the most toxic substances ever used in warfare, and the consequences of that cover-up continue to affect millions of people around the world. Sometimes the most disturbing conspiracies aren't theories at all. They're documented facts that governments would prefer to keep buried in classified files and congressional hearings that barely make the evening news. The story we're about to explore involves the Central Intelligence Agency, Nicaraguan rebels, and a drug trafficking operation so massive it helped fuel America's crack epidemic of the 1980s. This isn't speculation or internet folklore. This is the Contra Cocaine Connection, a scandal that shook the foundations of American intelligence and raised questions that still echo today. In the early 1980s, Central America was a chessboard where superpowers played their games. The Cold War wasn't just being fought in Europe or Asia. It was raging in the jungles and cities of Nicaragua, where a Marxist government called the Sandinistas had taken power, overthrowing the brutal dictatorship of Anastasio Somoza. The Reagan administration saw this as a direct threat to American interests, a communist foothold in America's backyard that could spread throughout Latin America like dominoes falling one by one. The solution, according to those in power, was to support the Contras, a rebel army fighting to overthrow the Sandinista government. But there was a problem. Congress, weary of another Vietnam-style conflict, had passed the Boland Amendment, effectively cutting off official funding for the Contras. The amendment was clear. No government money could be used to support military operations against Nicaragua. It should have ended American involvement, but it didn't. Instead, it drove the operation underground, into a shadowy world where the line between legal and illegal, patriotic and criminal, became impossibly blurred. What happened next reads like something from a spy thriller, except the consequences were all too real. Unable to fund the Contras through official channels, elements within the Reagan administration, particularly within the CIA and the National Security Council, began looking for alternative sources of funding. They found willing partners in some of the most dangerous people on Earth, drug traffickers who controlled the cocaine trade flowing from South America into the United States. The arrangement was elegant in its simplicity and horrifying in its implications. Drug dealers needed protection and transportation for their product. The Contras needed money and weapons. The CIA needed plausible deniability. What emerged was a triangle of mutual benefit where cocaine flowed north into American cities, while weapons and cash flowed south to fuel a proxy war. The human cost of this arrangement would be measured not just in the villages burned in Nicaragua, but in the lives destroyed by crack cocaine in neighborhoods across America. One of the most documented cases involves the operation run by Oscar Danilo Blandon, a Nicaraguan exile who became one of the largest cocaine suppliers in Los Angeles during the 1980s. Blandon wasn't just any drug dealer. He was a former Nicaraguan government official who fled when the Sandinistas took power. In exile, he connected with other Contra supporters who were desperately seeking ways to fund their cause. What started as ideological commitment soon transformed into something much more lucrative and dangerous. Blandon's operation was massive. Federal court documents later revealed that he imported literally tons of cocaine into the United States, generating millions of dollars in profits. But here's where the story becomes truly disturbing. Much of this cocaine was converted into crack, a cheaper, more addictive form of the drug that devastated inner-city communities. The profits from this trade didn't just line Blandon's pockets. According to his own testimony before Congress, significant portions were sent to support Contra operations in Nicaragua. The human face of this tragedy is found in the story of Rick Ross, not the rapper, but a Los Angeles drug dealer who became known as Freeway Rick Ross. Ross built a crack empire in south-central Los Angeles during the 1980s, but his supplier was Oscar Danilo Blandon. Ross later claimed he had no idea that his drug dealing was connected to a CIA operation or that the profits were funding a war in Central America. He thought he was just making money. What he was actually doing was participating in a system that destroyed his own community while funding violence thousands of miles away. The connection between Ross and Blandon might have remained hidden forever if not for the work of investigative journalist Gary Webb. In 1996, Webb published a series of articles in the San Jose Mercury News titled Dark Alliance. His investigation revealed the connections between CIA-linked Contra supporters, drug traffickers, and the crack epidemic that had devastated African-American communities in Los Angeles and beyond. Webb's reporting was meticulous, drawing on court documents, congressional testimony, and interviews with key figures in the operation. Webb's articles sent shockwaves through American politics and journalism. Here was documented evidence that the government's war on drugs was being undermined by the government's own intelligence agency. The irony was devastating. While the Reagan administration was telling Americans that drug dealers were the enemy, elements within that same administration were apparently facilitating drug trafficking to fund foreign operations. The hypocrisy was so blatant, so documented, that it seemed impossible to deny. But deny it they did. The CIA issued statements rejecting Webb's conclusions. Major newspapers, including the Washington Post and the Los Angeles Times, published articles questioning Webb's reporting and his conclusions. The attacks on Webb were personal and professional, questioning not just his facts but his motivations and his competence as a journalist. The campaign against him was so intense that it destroyed his career and ultimately contributed to his tragic death by suicide in 2004. However, the attacks on Gary Webb couldn't erase the documented facts he had uncovered. Congressional investigations, court documents, and testimony from the participants themselves confirmed key elements of his reporting. The CIA's own Inspector General eventually released a report acknowledging that the agency had indeed worked with individuals involved in drug trafficking and had failed to investigate or report these connections as required by law. One of the most damning pieces of evidence came from the testimony of individuals directly involved in the operation. John Hull, an American rancher living in Costa Rica, allowed his property to be used as a landing strip for planes carrying weapons to the Contras. Multiple witnesses testified that these same planes often carried cocaine on their return flights to the United States. Hull wasn't just some random civilian caught up in events. He was on the CIA payroll, receiving regular payments for his cooperation with Contra operations. The pilots involved in these flights provided even more disturbing testimony. Eugene Hasenfuss, an American cargo handler who was shot down over Nicaragua in 1986, revealed details about the private network supplying the Contras. His capture and subsequent revelations helped expose what became known as the Iran-Contra scandal, but the drug trafficking connections remained largely hidden from public view. Other pilots, including Barry Seal, a drug smuggler who worked for both the CIA and the Drug Enforcement Administration, provided testimony about flying cocaine into the United States while simultaneously supporting government operations. The scale of the operation becomes clearer when you examine the financial aspects. The Contras needed millions of dollars to sustain their operations. Official government funding had been cut off by Congress, and private fundraising could only provide so much. Drug trafficking provided a steady, massive source of income that could be used without congressional oversight or public scrutiny. Court documents suggest that hundreds of millions of dollars in drug profits may have been diverted to support Contra operations and other covert activities. But the Contra Cocaine Connection wasn't limited to a few rogue operatives or isolated incidents. The evidence suggests it was systematic, involving multiple levels of government and intelligence agencies. The CIA had a long history of working with unsavory characters when it served American interests. From collaborating with the mafia in attempts to assassinate Fidel Castro to working with Nazi war criminals during the Cold War, the agency had repeatedly demonstrated its willingness to overlook criminal activity when it furthered strategic objectives. In the case of the Contras, this principle was applied to drug trafficking. Internal CIA documents later revealed that the agency had specific policies regarding what to do when assets or contacts were involved in drug trafficking. Rather than immediately severing ties or reporting the activity to law enforcement, the agency often chose to look the other way or actively cover up the connections. This wasn't accidental oversight, it was policy. The human cost of these policies was enormous and is still being felt today. The crack epidemic that devastated American cities in the 1980s and 1990s can be traced, at least in part, to the cocaine that flowed through CIA-connected networks. Entire communities were destroyed, families torn apart, and hundreds of thousands of Americans imprisoned as part of the war on drugs, even as elements of the government were facilitating the very drug trade they claimed to be fighting. The racial dimension of this tragedy cannot be ignored. The communities most affected by crack cocaine were predominantly African American and Latino. These same communities were already struggling with poverty, discrimination, and limited opportunities. The crack epidemic made everything worse, creating a cycle of addiction, violence, and incarceration that trapped entire generations. Meanwhile, the profits from this misery were being used to fund a war that most Americans knew little about, and many would have opposed if they had understood the full cost. The legal consequences for those involved varied dramatically depending on their level of government protection. Low-level dealers like Freeway Rick Ross received lengthy prison sentences, while high-level operatives like Oscar Danilo Blandon received minimal punishment and were even allowed to work as informants for the Drug Enforcement Administration. The message was clear. Your treatment by the justice system depended not on the severity of your crimes, but on your usefulness to government operations. The Iran-Contra hearings of the late 1980s revealed some aspects of the private network that supported the Contras, but the drug trafficking connections were largely kept out of the public discussion. Lieutenant Colonel Oliver North, who coordinated much of the operation from his office in the National Security Council, testified before Congress about arms sales to Iran and the diversion of profits to the Contras. However, questions about drug trafficking were either not asked or not answered in any meaningful way. North's notebooks, which were later made public, contained references to drug money and connections between Contra supporters and traffickers. One entry noted that the Contra's chief financial officer was involved in drug running. Another referenced a plan to use drug money to purchase a ship for Contra operations. These weren't casual observations. They were operational notes from someone at the center of the operation, yet they received minimal attention during the congressional hearings. The cover-up extended beyond just hiding the facts. There were active efforts to discredit and silence those who tried to expose the truth. Informants were threatened, documents were destroyed, and investigations were obstructed. When the CIA's Inspector General finally began a serious investigation in the late 1990s, they found that crucial documents had been destroyed and key witnesses had died or disappeared. The destruction of evidence wasn't accidental. Internal CIA documents revealed discussions about what to do with compromising materials. The agency was clearly aware that its connections to drug traffickers could cause enormous political damage if exposed. Rather than ending these relationships, they chose to destroy the evidence and deny any wrongdoing. The international implications of the Contra Cocaine Connection extended far beyond Central America. The operation helped establish drug trafficking networks that continued to operate long after the Cold War ended. Many of the traffickers who worked with the CIA went on to become major figures in international drug cartels. The routes and methods developed during the Contra period were later used by other criminal organizations, contributing to the massive flow of drugs that continues to this day. Mexico, in particular, became a crucial transit point for cocaine flowing from South America to the United States. Some of the Mexican drug cartels that later became household names had their origins in operations that began during the Contra period. The corruption of government officials, law enforcement, and military personnel that was necessary to facilitate drug trafficking became institutionalized, creating networks that persist decades later. The psychological impact on those involved in exposing the truth was devastating. Gary Webb, the journalist who first brought widespread attention to the story, faced not just professional destruction, but personal anguish over the attacks on his credibility and character. His editors at the San Jose Mercury News eventually distanced themselves from his reporting, not because it was factually incorrect, but because of the political pressure they faced. Webb's subsequent suicide was a tragic end to a career dedicated to uncovering the truth. Other whistleblowers and investigators faced similar fates. Some received death threats, others found their careers destroyed, and many simply gave up trying to expose a system that seemed too powerful to challenge. The message was clear. Investigating certain aspects of government operations came with a price that few were willing or able to pay. The technological aspects of the drug trafficking operation were sophisticated for their time. The same aircraft and landing strips used to transport weapons to the Contras were used to transport cocaine back to the United States. The pilots involved weren't casual drug runners. They were experienced operatives who understood how to avoid detection and how to coordinate with ground support. The operation required detailed planning, secure communications, and the cooperation of officials at multiple levels of government. The money laundering component was equally complex. Drug profits had to be converted into forms that could be used to purchase weapons and supplies for the Contras without attracting attention from banking regulators or law enforcement. This required sophisticated financial networks involving offshore banks, shell companies, and complicit financial institutions. The same techniques developed for this operation were later used by other criminal organizations and corrupt government officials. The Contra Cocaine Connection also reveals the limitations of congressional oversight and democratic accountability. Despite clear evidence of illegal activity, Congress was unable or unwilling to fully investigate and expose the truth. The Iran-Contra hearings focused on the constitutional questions surrounding the secret funding of the Contras, but largely avoided the drug trafficking connections that made much of that funding possible. This wasn't accidental. Many members of Congress were briefed on aspects of the operation and chose not to pursue uncomfortable questions. Others were actively misled by intelligence officials who provided incomplete or false information. The system of checks and balances that was supposed to prevent such abuses proved inadequate when faced with determined officials willing to break the law in pursuit of their objectives. The media's role in the cover-up was also significant. While Gary Webb's reporting was groundbreaking, it took years before major news organizations began to take the story seriously. Even then, many chose to focus on discrediting Webb rather than investigating the substance of his claims. This wasn't just professional jealousy or competitive pressure. It reflected a broader reluctance to challenge powerful institutions and the uncomfortable truths they might reveal. The legacy of the Contra Cocaine Connection continues to influence American politics and foreign policy today. The techniques developed during this period, including the use of private networks to circumvent congressional oversight, have been employed in subsequent operations. The willingness to work with criminals and drug traffickers when it serves perceived strategic interests remains a feature of intelligence operations around the world. More fundamentally, the Contra Cocaine Connection reveals the moral compromises that are made in the name of national security. The decision to facilitate drug trafficking in order to fund a proxy war had consequences that extended far beyond Central America. American communities paid the price in addiction, violence, and incarceration, while the profits from their misery funded violence in another part of the world. The question of accountability remains largely unanswered. Despite congressional investigations, inspector general reports, and journalistic exposés, no high-level officials were ever prosecuted for their role in facilitating drug trafficking. The system of justice that imprisoned thousands of low-level drug dealers seemed incapable of addressing the more serious crimes committed by those in positions of power and authority. Today, the Contra Cocaine Connection stands as a reminder of what can happen when government operates in secrecy, without effective oversight or accountability. It demonstrates how noble intentions can lead to criminal activity, and how the pursuit of strategic objectives can result in devastating consequences for innocent people. The story continues to resonate because it reveals uncomfortable truths about power, corruption, and the price of empire that many would prefer to forget. The documents declassified over the years have only confirmed what investigators like Gary Webb suspected decades ago. The CIA did work with drug traffickers, did facilitate the flow of cocaine into American cities, and did prioritize covert operations over law enforcement and public health. The only question that remains is whether we've learned anything from this dark chapter in American history, or whether similar operations continue today under different names and in different places. In the aftermath of World War II, as Europe lay in ruins and the Cold War began to take shape, Western intelligence agencies made a decision that would haunt the continent for decades. They chose to create secret armies, hidden networks of operatives who would remain dormant until activated in case of Soviet invasion. These weren't official military units or acknowledged government programs. They were shadow organizations, funded and equipped by NATO and the CIA, but operating completely outside legal frameworks and democratic oversight. This was Operation Gladio, and its story reveals a hidden history of Europe that challenges everything we thought we knew about post-war democracy and the fight against communism. The origins of Gladio can be traced back to the chaos of 1945. As Allied forces swept across Europe, liberating territories occupied by Nazi Germany, a new threat was already emerging in the East. The Soviet Union, America's wartime ally, was rapidly establishing communist governments across Eastern Europe. Winston Churchill's famous Iron Curtain speech in 1946 captured the growing fear in Western capitals. Europe was being divided, and the communist threat seemed to be spreading westward. For intelligence officials in Washington, London, and other Western capitals, the question wasn't whether the Soviets would attempt to expand further into Western Europe, but when. The Red Army was massive, battle-hardened, and positioned just across the border from NATO countries. If war came, conventional forces might not be enough to stop a Soviet advance. What was needed was a backup plan, a way to continue fighting even if official governments fell and armies were defeated. The solution was to create networks of civilian operatives who could conduct guerrilla warfare, sabotage, and intelligence gathering behind enemy lines. The concept wasn't entirely new. During World War II, the British Special Operations Executive and the American Office of Strategic Services had worked with resistance movements across occupied Europe. These operations had proven that small groups of dedicated civilians could cause enormous problems for occupying armies. The idea was to apply the same principles to the anticipated Soviet threat, creating stay-behind networks that could activate if Western Europe fell to communist invasion. What made Gladio different from wartime resistance operations was its scope and duration. This wasn't a temporary wartime measure, but a permanent peacetime program that would continue for decades. The networks established under Gladio weren't just planning for a possible Soviet invasion. They were actively monitoring, and in some cases, attempting to influence domestic politics to prevent communist parties from gaining power through democratic means. The operation was coordinated through NATO's Allied Clandestine Committee, later renamed the Special Operations Committee. This body, which included representatives from intelligence agencies across Western Europe, oversaw the establishment and operation of stay-behind networks in virtually every NATO country. The level of coordination was extraordinary, involving the CIA, Britain's MI6, and intelligence services from Italy, France, Germany, Belgium, the Netherlands, and other allied nations. Italy became the test case for Gladio operations, and it's there that we find some of the most documented and disturbing examples of how these networks operated in practice. The Italian Communist Party was one of the largest in Western Europe, regularly winning significant portions of the vote in national elections. For NATO planners, the possibility of a communist government coming to power in Italy through democratic means was almost as threatening as a Soviet invasion. The Italian Gladio network, coordinated by the Military Intelligence Service SISMI with support from the CIA, was tasked not just with preparing for foreign invasion, but with preventing domestic political change. The recruitment process for Gladio operatives reveals the moral compromises that were made in the name of anti-communism. Unable to rely entirely on conventional military personnel or intelligence officers, the networks recruited from a wide range of sources, including former members of fascist and Nazi organizations. In Italy, many Gladio operatives were veterans of Mussolini's regime or had collaborated with German occupying forces during the war. The reasoning was pragmatic but deeply troubling. These individuals had proven their anti-communist credentials and had experience with clandestine operations. The weapons and equipment provided to Gladio networks were substantial. Arms caches were hidden across Western Europe, containing everything from small arms and explosives to radio equipment and survival supplies. In Italy alone, investigators later discovered dozens of weapons depots containing thousands of weapons, tons of explosives, and sophisticated communication equipment. These weren't small-scale operations. They represented a parallel military infrastructure that existed completely outside official channels and democratic oversight. The training provided to Gladio operatives was extensive and sophisticated. Personnel were trained in sabotage techniques, guerrilla warfare, and psychological operations. Much of this training took place at facilities run by the CIA and other allied intelligence services, often in remote locations where activities could be conducted without attracting attention. The curriculum included not just military skills, but psychological techniques for influencing civilian populations and methods for discrediting political opponents. The first hints that something was seriously wrong with the Gladio networks emerged in Italy during the 1960s and 70s, a period known as the Years of Lead, due to the wave of terrorist attacks that swept the country. Initially, most of these attacks were attributed to left-wing groups like the Red Brigades, and the Italian government responded with increased security measures and expanded police powers. However, as investigations progressed, a disturbing pattern began to emerge. Many of the most devastating attacks appeared to be the work of right-wing groups, and these groups had connections to elements within the Italian security services. The Bologna railway station bombing of 1980 provides a case study in how Gladio networks may have been used for domestic political purposes. On the morning of August 2, 1980, a bomb exploded in the crowded waiting room of Bologna's central railway station, killing 85 people and injuring more than 200 others. The attack was initially blamed on left-wing terrorists, and the government used it to justify further restrictions on civil liberties and increased funding for security operations. However, subsequent investigations revealed that the bombing was actually carried out by members of Nuclei Armati Rivoluzionari, a neo-fascist group with documented connections to Italian intelligence services. The attack wasn't the work of communist terrorists trying to destabilize Italian democracy. It was the work of right-wing extremists with ties to the very security apparatus that was supposed to be protecting the country from terrorism. The bombing was what intelligence professionals call a false flag operation, designed to be blamed on political opponents in order to discredit them and justify government actions. The Bologna bombing wasn't an isolated incident. Throughout the 1970s and early 1980s, Italy experienced a wave of terrorist attacks that followed a similar pattern. Bombs would explode in public places, killing and injuring civilians, and the attacks would initially be blamed on left-wing groups. However, investigations consistently revealed connections between the actual perpetrators and right-wing networks with ties to Italian intelligence services, and by extension, to NATO and the CIA. The strategy behind these attacks was based on what Italian investigators later termed the strategy of tension. The goal was to create a climate of fear and instability that would make the Italian population more willing to accept authoritarian measures and less likely to vote for left-wing parties. By carrying out terrorist attacks and blaming them on communists, the perpetrators hoped to discredit the left and strengthen support for conservative and pro-NATO political parties. The revelation of this strategy came in 1990, when Italian Prime Minister Giulio Andreotti was forced to acknowledge the existence of Gladio before the Italian parliament. Andreotti's admission came after years of investigation by Italian magistrates who had uncovered evidence of the secret networks and their role in domestic terrorism. The revelation sent shockwaves through Italian politics and led to demands for similar investigations in other European countries. Andreotti's testimony revealed that Gladio had operated in Italy for more than 4 decades, with the knowledge and support of multiple Italian governments and intelligence services. He confirmed that the network had received funding and equipment from NATO and the CIA, and that it had maintained secret weapons caches throughout the country. Most disturbing, he acknowledged that the network had evolved beyond its original mission of preparing for Soviet invasion to become involved in domestic political operations. The Belgian Gladio network provides another well-documented example of how these operations functioned and the dangers they pose to democratic governance. Belgium's Stay-Behind network was established shortly after World War II and remained active until the early 1990s. Like its Italian counterpart, the Belgian network evolved from its original anti-invasion mission to become involved in domestic political surveillance and operations. The most notorious incident involving the Belgian Gladio network occurred in the early 1980s and became known as the Brabant Killers case. Between 1982 and 1985, a series of brutal attacks occurred in the Brabant region of Belgium, targeting supermarkets, restaurants, and other civilian locations. The attacks resulted in 28 deaths and many more injuries, and they shared characteristics that suggested they were not random criminal acts, but coordinated operations with political objectives. Investigations into the Brabant killings revealed connections between some of the suspected perpetrators and extreme right-wing groups that had ties to Belgian intelligence services. The attacks followed the same pattern seen in Italy: brutal violence against civilians, initial confusion about the perpetrator's identity, and eventual evidence pointing to right-wing networks with intelligence connections. The goal appeared to be the same as well: to create a climate of fear that would strengthen support for conservative political parties and security measures. The Swiss Gladio network, known as P26, was revealed in 1990 following the Italian revelations. Switzerland's neutral status during the Cold War made the existence of a NATO-linked secret army particularly controversial. The Swiss government initially denied any knowledge of such networks, but subsequent investigations revealed that P26 had operated for decades with the knowledge of senior government officials and military commanders. What made the Swiss case particularly significant was the revelation that P26 had maintained detailed surveillance files on Swiss citizens, including politicians, journalists, and activists. The network had essentially created a parallel intelligence service that operated without legal authority or democratic oversight. The files revealed extensive monitoring of individuals whose only crime was holding political views that were considered inconsistent with pro-Western, anti-communist policies. The German Gladio networks present perhaps the most complex case, given the country's division during the Cold War. West Germany hosted several stay-behind networks, including one run directly by the CIA and others coordinated through German intelligence services. The presence of these networks in a country that was literally on the front lines of the Cold War made them particularly significant from a strategic perspective, but it also created unique risks and complications. One of the most controversial aspects of the German networks was their recruitment of former Nazi officials and SS officers. The logic was the same as in other countries. These individuals had proven anti-communist credentials and operational experience. However, the moral implications were particularly stark in Germany, where the government was officially committed to denazification and coming to terms with the crimes of the Nazi era. The Gladio networks represented a continuation of Nazi personnel and methods under new auspices, a fact that would later cause enormous political controversy when it was revealed. The French Gladio networks, while less well documented than those in Italy or Belgium, appear to have been particularly extensive and sophisticated. France's status as a major NATO power and its extensive overseas territories made it a crucial component of the overall Gladio system. The French networks were coordinated through the Service de Documentation Extérieure et de Contre-Espionnage, France's external intelligence service, and maintained connections with similar networks in French territories around the world. The revelation of Gladio's existence raised fundamental questions about democracy and accountability in post-war Europe. These weren't official military or intelligence operations conducted under legal authority with appropriate oversight. They were secret armies that operated outside any legal framework, funded and equipped by foreign intelligence services, and apparently involved in domestic political operations that included terrorism and assassination. The training methodologies used in Gladio operations reveal the sophisticated nature of these networks and their evolution beyond simple stay-behind operations. Personnel were trained not just in military skills, but in psychological warfare techniques designed to influence public opinion and political outcomes. This training included methods for creating and spreading disinformation, techniques for discrediting political opponents, and strategies for manipulating media coverage of events. The psychological operations component of Gladio was particularly sophisticated and reflected lessons learned from World War II propaganda efforts. Operatives were trained to understand how public opinion could be shaped through carefully orchestrated campaigns that combined real events with manufactured narratives. The strategy of tension employed in Italy is a perfect example of this approach. Real terrorist attacks were used to create genuine fear, which was then channeled toward political objectives through carefully crafted media narratives that blamed the wrong perpetrators. The international coordination of Gladio operations was managed through a complex structure that included both official NATO committees and informal networks of intelligence officers from allied countries. The Allied Clandestine Committee provided formal oversight, but much of the actual coordination was conducted through personal relationships between intelligence officials who had worked together since World War II. This informal structure made it difficult for political leaders to exercise effective oversight and created opportunities for operations to evolve beyond their original mandates. The funding mechanisms for Gladio operations were deliberately obscure and involved multiple layers of financial intermediaries. Money flowed from the CIA and other intelligence services through various front organizations, private companies, and offshore accounts before reaching the actual operational networks. This complex financial structure served multiple purposes. It provided plausible deniability for sponsor governments, made it difficult for investigators to trace the money, and created opportunities for funds to be diverted to unauthorized activities. The weapons and equipment provided to Gladio networks were far more extensive than initially acknowledged. In addition to the obvious military supplies like guns and explosives, the networks received sophisticated communication equipment, surveillance technology, and even psychological warfare materials like printing presses for producing propaganda. The sheer volume of material involved suggests that these networks were prepared for extended operations that could last years or even decades. The recruitment strategies employed by Gladio networks reveal the moral compromises that were considered acceptable in the name of anti-communism. In addition to former fascists and Nazis, the networks recruited from criminal organizations, extreme right-wing political groups, and individuals with histories of violence. The reasoning was pragmatic. These individuals were already outside mainstream society and therefore less likely to be detected by communist intelligence services. However, the result was the creation of networks populated by individuals whose primary qualification was their willingness to use violence for political purposes. The intelligence gathered by Gladio networks extended far beyond military information about potential Soviet invasion routes. The networks maintained extensive files on domestic political figures, journalists, labor leaders, and activists. This intelligence was shared not just with NATO allies, but with domestic security services that used it to monitor and harass political opponents. The result was a parallel intelligence system that operated outside legal constraints and democratic oversight. The technological capabilities of Gladio networks were regularly updated throughout the Cold War to incorporate new developments in communications, surveillance, and weapons technology. By the 1980s, some networks had access to sophisticated electronic surveillance equipment, secure satellite communications, and advanced explosive devices. This technological sophistication suggests that the networks remained active and relevant to their sponsors throughout the Cold War period. The cultural impact of Gladio operations extended beyond their immediate political objectives. The strategy of tension employed in Italy and elsewhere created a climate of fear and suspicion that affected entire generations of Europeans. People learned to distrust their governments, their media, and even their neighbors. The revelation that terrorist attacks were actually false flag operations conducted by government-linked networks only deepened this distrust and contributed to the political instability that the operations were supposedly designed to prevent. The legal consequences of Gladio operations have been minimal despite overwhelming evidence of illegal activity. A few low-level operatives have been prosecuted in some countries, but no senior intelligence officials or political leaders have faced serious consequences for their roles in establishing and maintaining these networks. The reasons for this lack of accountability are complex and include national security claims, statute of limitations issues, and the difficulty of proving direct connections between high-level officials and specific illegal acts. The ongoing legacy of Gladio operations can be seen in contemporary European politics and security policies. Many of the techniques developed and refined during the Gladio period, including false flag operations, media manipulation, and the use of private networks to circumvent democratic oversight, continue to be employed by intelligence services around the world. The normalization of these methods during the Cold War created precedents that continue to influence how governments approach national security challenges. The documentation of Gladio operations that has become available over the decades reveals a level of systematic planning and coordination that challenges conventional narratives about post-war European history. These weren't isolated incidents or rogue operations, but integral parts of NATO's strategy for defending Western Europe against communist expansion. The fact that this strategy included domestic political operations and terrorism suggests that the threat to democracy came not just from external enemies, but from the very institutions that were supposed to be defending democratic values. The Gladio revelations force us to reconsider our understanding of the Cold War and its impact on European democracy. What seemed like a period of growing freedom and prosperity in Western Europe was actually a time when secret armies operated with impunity, conducting psychological warfare against their own populations and using terrorism to influence political outcomes. The question of whether democracy can survive such systematic subversion remains relevant today, as similar techniques are employed by governments and intelligence services around the world. Perhaps most disturbing, the Gladio story suggests that the threats to democracy often come from within, from institutions and individuals who claim to be defending democratic values while actually undermining them. The networks created to defend Europe from communist tyranny became instruments of a different kind of tyranny, one that operated in the shadows and denied its victims even the knowledge of who was attacking them. Understanding this history is crucial for recognizing similar threats in our own time and ensuring that the defense of democracy doesn't become its destruction. Sometimes the most dangerous lies are the ones wrapped in official government documents, stamped with official seals, and delivered with the full weight of national authority behind them. Sometimes the truth gets buried so deep beneath layers of classified reports and redacted memos that it takes decades to surface. And sometimes, by the time that truth finally emerges, it's already too late to undo the damage. The Gulf of Tonkin Incident is one of those moments in history where everything we were told turned out to be a carefully constructed lie. A lie that would send over 58,000 American soldiers to their deaths in the jungles of Vietnam. A lie that would shape American foreign policy for decades to come. A lie so well crafted that it fooled Congress, the American people, and perhaps even some of those who helped create it. But what really happened in those dark waters off the coast of North Vietnam in August 1964? How did a minor naval skirmish become the justification for one of America's longest and most controversial wars? And why did it take over 40 years for the full truth to come to light? The story begins not in the Gulf of Tonkin itself, but in the shadowy world of covert operations and Cold War paranoia that defined the early 1960s. President Lyndon Johnson had inherited a complex situation in Southeast Asia from his predecessor, John F. Kennedy. The communist government of North Vietnam, led by Ho Chi Minh, was supporting insurgent forces in South Vietnam, threatening to topple the pro-American government there. For years, the United States had been conducting secret operations against North Vietnam under a program called Operation Plan 34 Alpha, or OPLAN 34. These weren't the kind of operations that made it into the evening news. They involved South Vietnamese commandos, trained and equipped by American forces, conducting raids against North Vietnamese coastal installations. Propaganda drops, sabotage missions, kidnapping operations, attacks on bridges and coastal facilities. All of it designed to harass and intimidate the North Vietnamese government. At the same time, the U.S. Navy was conducting its own intelligence-gathering missions in the same waters. These were called DeSoto patrols, named after the destroyer USS DeSoto that had conducted similar missions in other parts of the world. American destroyers would sail close to the North Vietnamese coast, their sophisticated electronic equipment intercepting radio communications and mapping radar installations. Officially, these ships stayed in international waters. Officially, they had nothing to do with the OPLAN 34 raids. But the North Vietnamese didn't see it that way. To them, these American warships cruising just off their coastline looked like they were coordinating with the commando raids, and in many ways, they weren't wrong. On the morning of July 31st, 1964, South Vietnamese commandos launched a series of attacks against North Vietnamese installations on Hun My and Hun New Islands. The raids were part of OPLAN 34A, and they were successful. Buildings were destroyed, casualties were inflicted, and the North Vietnamese were clearly rattled. Just hours later, the USS Maddox, a destroyer conducting a DeSoto patrol, was ordered to move closer to the North Vietnamese coast. The timing wasn't coincidental. The Maddox was there to intercept North Vietnamese communications about the raids, to see how they would respond to the attacks. Captain John Herrick, commanding the Maddox, wasn't entirely comfortable with his orders. His ship was being sent into what he considered a provocative position, especially so soon after the commando raids. But orders were orders, and the Maddox continued its patrol through the Gulf of Tonkin. For several days, nothing happened. The Maddox cruised back and forth along the North Vietnamese coast, its electronic ears listening for any interesting radio traffic. The ship maintained its position in international waters, technically doing nothing illegal or aggressive, but the North Vietnamese were watching. Then, on the afternoon of August 2, 1964, everything changed. 3 North Vietnamese patrol boats appeared on the horizon, heading directly for the Maddox. Captain Herrick immediately called for air support and began evasive maneuvers. The patrol boats were small and fast, armed with torpedoes and machine guns. They were clearly intent on attacking the American destroyer. What happened next depends on whose account you believe, but the basic facts are these. The North Vietnamese boats attacked the Maddox with torpedoes and machine guns. The Maddox returned fire with its 5-inch guns. American fighter jets from the aircraft carrier Ticonderoga arrived and strafed the patrol boats. When the smoke cleared, 1 North Vietnamese boat was severely damaged, and the others were retreating back to port. The Maddox had suffered only minor damage from a single machine gun bullet. No Americans were killed or seriously wounded. It was, by any reasonable measure, a minor naval skirmish, but it was also the first direct military confrontation between American and North Vietnamese forces. President Johnson's response was measured. He ordered the Maddox to continue its patrol, but this time with additional support. The destroyer USS Turner Joy was dispatched to join the Maddox, and both ships were authorized to attack any North Vietnamese vessels that approached them in a hostile manner. Johnson also sent a diplomatic message to North Vietnam through intermediaries, warning that any further attacks on American ships would have serious consequences. Publicly, he downplayed the incident, describing it as an unprovoked attack on an American ship in international waters, but stopping short of calling for military retaliation. But behind the scenes, the wheels were already turning. Johnson's advisors were divided on how to respond. Some, like Secretary of Defense Robert McNamara, were pushing for stronger action. Others urged caution. Johnson himself seemed to be looking for a way to escalate American involvement in Vietnam without appearing to be the aggressor. The answer to his prayers came 2 days later, on the night of August 4, 1964. That evening, the Maddox and Turner Joy were conducting another patrol in the Gulf of Tonkin when their radar operators reported what appeared to be North Vietnamese patrol boats approaching. Captain Herrick on the Maddox immediately went to general quarters and began evasive maneuvers. For the next several hours, both ships fired at radar contacts they believed to be enemy vessels. The Turner Joy reported torpedo attacks. The Maddox's sonar operators claimed to hear the sounds of enemy torpedoes in the water. Both ships fired hundreds of rounds at targets they couldn't clearly see in the darkness. Radio communications were frantic, with reports of multiple enemy contacts and ongoing attacks. When dawn broke, however, there was no evidence of any enemy vessels. No debris, no oil slicks, no bodies. The North Vietnamese later denied that any of their boats had been in the area that night, but by then, it didn't matter. The reports had already been flashed to Washington, where they were received as confirmation of a second, more serious attack on American forces. President Johnson saw his opportunity. Within hours of receiving the initial reports, he was on television addressing the American people. He described the attacks as deliberate and unprovoked aggression against American ships in international waters. He announced that he had ordered retaliatory airstrikes against North Vietnamese naval bases and oil storage facilities. But even more significantly, Johnson asked Congress to pass what would become known as the Gulf of Tonkin Resolution. This resolution gave the president broad authority to take all necessary measures to repel any armed attack against the forces of the United States and to prevent further aggression. It essentially gave Johnson a blank check to wage war in Southeast Asia without a formal declaration of war from Congress. The resolution passed with only 2 dissenting votes in the Senate and unanimous approval in the House of Representatives. Most congressmen were operating under the assumption that American ships had been attacked twice in international waters, and that some response was necessary to protect American forces and maintain credibility. What they didn't know was that serious doubts about the second attack were already emerging within the military and intelligence communities. Captain Herrick himself had begun to question whether the second attack had actually occurred. In a cable sent to his superiors just hours after the incident, he wrote, "Review of action makes many recorded contacts and torpedoes fired appear doubtful. Freak weather effects on radar and overeager sonarmen may have accounted for many reports. No actual visual sightings by Maddox. Suggest complete evaluation before any further action taken." This cable was received in Washington before Johnson's television address and before the congressional vote on the Gulf of Tonkin resolution, but it was essentially ignored. The decision to retaliate had already been made, and inconvenient doubts were not welcome. Other military personnel who had been involved in the incident also began expressing skepticism. Pilot James Stockdale, who had been flying over the destroyers during the alleged second attack, later said he saw no enemy vessels and no evidence of any battle taking place. "I had the best seat in the house to watch that event," he said years later, "and our destroyers were just shooting at phantom targets." Radar operators and sonar technicians on both ships later admitted that the contacts they had reported were likely false readings caused by weather conditions and equipment malfunctions. The frantic atmosphere of the night, combined with expectations of an attack following the August 2nd incident, had led to a case of what military analysts call scenario fulfillment, where people see what they expect to see rather than what's actually there. But none of these doubts were shared with Congress or the American people. Instead, the Johnson administration continued to insist that both attacks had definitely occurred and that American retaliation was both necessary and justified. The airstrikes that followed the Gulf of Tonkin incident marked the beginning of sustained American bombing of North Vietnam. Over the next few months, the number of American military advisors in South Vietnam increased dramatically. By early 1965, the first regular American combat troops were landing in Vietnam. The escalation that Johnson had been looking for was now underway. For the next several years, whenever critics questioned the wisdom of American involvement in Vietnam, administration officials would point back to the Gulf of Tonkin incident as justification. The North Vietnamese had attacked American ships in international waters, they would say. America had no choice but to respond. It was a simple case of defending American forces against unprovoked aggression. But even as the war escalated, doubts about the Gulf of Tonkin incident continued to grow within government circles. By 1967, Secretary of Defense Robert McNamara was privately admitting that the second attack probably hadn't occurred. Internal Pentagon studies concluded that the evidence for the August 4th incident was inconclusive at best. Yet the war continued to escalate. By 1968, over 500,000 American troops were deployed in Vietnam. The conflict that had begun with reports of torpedo attacks in the Gulf of Tonkin had become a full-scale war that would ultimately claim over 58,000 American lives and an estimated 1 to 3 million Vietnamese lives. The first public doubts about the Gulf of Tonkin incident began to surface in the late 1960s, as journalists and congressional investigators started asking uncomfortable questions about the events of August 1964. Senator J. William Fulbright, who had helped shepherd the Gulf of Tonkin resolution through Congress, later said he regretted his support for the measure and felt he had been misled by the Johnson administration. In 1968, the Senate Foreign Relations Committee held hearings on the Gulf of Tonkin Incident. Secretary of Defense Robert McNamara was called to testify, but his answers were evasive and contradictory. He continued to insist that both attacks had occurred, even though he privately believed otherwise. The hearings revealed some disturbing details about the American military presence in the Gulf of Tonkin. It became clear that the De Soto patrols had been more closely coordinated with South Vietnamese commando raids than previously admitted. The Maddocks had been positioned to intercept North Vietnamese communications about the July 31st raids, creating the appearance of American involvement in the attacks. But the full truth about the Gulf of Tonkin incident wouldn't emerge for decades. It wasn't until the Pentagon Papers were published in 1971 that the American public got their first real look at the internal government documents surrounding the incident. These classified papers, leaked by former Defense Department analyst Daniel Ellsberg, revealed the extent of American covert operations in Southeast Asia and raised serious questions about the official version of events in the Gulf of Tonkin. The Pentagon Papers showed that the Johnson administration had been planning to escalate American involvement in Vietnam well before the Gulf of Tonkin incident. They revealed that OPLAN-34 raids had been ongoing for months, and that American officials knew these operations were likely to provoke North Vietnamese retaliation. The papers suggested that the Gulf of Tonkin incident was less a surprise attack than a predictable consequence of American provocations. But even the Pentagon Papers didn't provide a complete picture of what had happened in the Gulf of Tonkin. Many documents remained classified, and key details about the decision-making process were still hidden from public view. It wasn't until 1995 that Secretary of Defense Robert McNamara published his memoir, In Retrospect, in which he finally admitted what many had long suspected. The second attack in the Gulf of Tonkin had probably never occurred. It is clear that our two destroyers were not the subject of an unprovoked attack, McNamara wrote. The admission came 31 years after the incident and 20 years after the end of the Vietnam War. But McNamara's admission was just the beginning. In 2001, the National Security Agency released previously classified intelligence intercepts from the Gulf of Tonkin incident. These documents provided the most detailed picture, yet of what had actually happened in those dark waters off the North Vietnamese coast. The NSA documents revealed that American intelligence officials had been aware from the beginning that the evidence for the second attack was extremely weak. Intercepted North Vietnamese communications showed no indication that their patrol boats had been involved in any action on August 4th. In fact, the intercepts suggested that North Vietnamese naval forces had been ordered to avoid contact with American ships after the August 2nd incident. Even more damaging were revelations about how the intelligence had been manipulated before being presented to policymakers. The NSA had issued reports that seemed to confirm the second attack, but these reports were based on misinterpreted intercepts and questionable analysis. Later internal reviews concluded that the intelligence community had gotten it wrong, but these corrections were never shared with Congress or the public. Perhaps most shocking of all were the revelations about President Johnson's own knowledge of the situation. Recordings of White House phone conversations, released decades later, showed that Johnson himself had serious doubts about whether the second attack had occurred. In one conversation with McNamara, Johnson said, "Hell, those dumb sailors were just shooting at flying fish." Yet despite his private doubts, Johnson proceeded with the retaliation and the request for congressional authorization. The political benefits of the crisis were too valuable to let doubts about the facts get in the way. The full scope of the deception didn't become clear until 2005, when the NSA released an internal history of the Gulf of Tonkin incident written by historian Robert Haniok. This study concluded that NSA intelligence officers had deliberately falsified evidence to make it appear that the second attack had occurred. According to Haniok's research, NSA analysts had taken intercepted North Vietnamese communications from August 2nd and presented them as if they had been intercepted on August 4th. They had also ignored intercepts that contradicted the attack narrative and emphasized those that seemed to support it. The result was a completely misleading picture of what had happened. Haniok concluded that the deception was not the result of an honest mistake or analytical failure. It was a deliberate attempt to provide the Johnson administration with the intelligence it wanted to hear. Whether this was done on direct orders from political leaders or was the result of intelligence analysts trying to anticipate what their superiors wanted is still unclear. What is clear is that the Gulf of Tonkin incident represents one of the most successful propaganda operations in American history. A minor naval skirmish and a non-existent second attack were transformed into a casus belli that justified a decade-long war. The American people and their elected representatives were systematically deceived about the facts, and by the time the truth emerged, the consequences were irreversible. The human cost of this deception was staggering. The Vietnam War would ultimately claim over 58,000 American lives and leave hundreds of thousands more wounded, both physically and psychologically. The Vietnamese casualties were even higher, with estimates ranging from 1 to 3 million dead. Entire regions of Southeast Asia were devastated by bombing and chemical warfare. The effects of that conflict are still being felt today. But the Gulf of Tonkin incident also had profound consequences for American democracy and the relationship between the government and the people. It demonstrated how easily a democratic society could be manipulated into supporting military action based on false information. It showed how intelligence agencies could be used to manufacture justifications for predetermined policy decisions. The incident also marked a turning point in presidential power and the role of Congress in authorizing military action. The Gulf of Tonkin resolution gave the president unprecedented authority to wage war without formal congressional approval. This precedent would be cited by future presidents as justification for military interventions around the world. Perhaps most importantly, the Gulf of Tonkin incident shattered public trust in government institutions. When the truth finally emerged, millions of Americans realized they had been systematically lied to about one of the most important decisions in their nation's history. This loss of trust would have lasting effects on American politics and society, contributing to the cynicism and polarization that continues to characterize American public life today. The parallels between the Gulf of Tonkin incident and later controversies are striking. The manipulation of intelligence to justify military action, the use of classified information to silence critics, the willingness of political leaders to deceive the public in pursuit of policy goals. All of these patterns would be repeated in subsequent decades. Yet even today, many Americans are unaware of the full truth about the Gulf of Tonkin incident. The official version of events, in which North Vietnamese forces twice attacked American ships in international waters, continues to appear in some textbooks and reference works. The complex reality, involving American covert operations, intelligence manipulation, and deliberate deception, is often relegated to footnotes or ignored entirely. This historical amnesia is dangerous because it prevents us from learning the lessons that the Gulf of Tonkin incident should teach us. If we don't understand how we were deceived in the past, we remain vulnerable to similar deceptions in the future. If we don't hold our leaders accountable for past lies, we give them permission to lie to us again. The Gulf of Tonkin incident also raises profound questions about the nature of truth in democratic societies. How can citizens make informed decisions about war and peace if their government systematically lies to them about the facts? How can democratic institutions function effectively if intelligence agencies manipulate information to serve political agendas? How can we prevent similar deceptions from occurring in the future? These questions don't have easy answers, but they're questions we must continue to ask. The Gulf of Tonkin incident reminds us that even in democratic societies, power can corrupt, and those in positions of authority may be willing to sacrifice truth for political advantage. It reminds us that skepticism of official narratives is not unpatriotic but essential to democratic governance. The men who died in Vietnam deserve better than to have their sacrifice based on a lie. The American people deserve better than to be deceived by their own government about matters of war and peace. And history deserves better than to be distorted and manipulated for political purposes. The truth about the Gulf of Tonkin incident took over 40 years to fully emerge, but it did emerge. The classified documents were eventually declassified. The internal studies were eventually released. The lies were eventually exposed. This gives us hope that other historical deceptions will also come to light, given enough time and pressure from citizens demanding accountability. But we shouldn't have to wait 40 years for the truth. In a democratic society, the people have a right to know the facts about decisions made in their name. They have a right to accurate information about military actions taken with their tax dollars and supported by their sons and daughters in uniform. The Gulf of Tonkin incident stands as a stark reminder of what can happen when that right is violated. It shows us the human cost of political deception and the long-term damage that lies can do to democratic institutions. Most importantly, it challenges us to remain vigilant, to ask hard questions, and to demand truth from those who claim to serve the public interest. The dark waters of the Gulf of Tonkin have long since closed over the events of August 1964. But the lessons of those events remain as relevant today as they were when the first false reports were flashed to Washington. In an age of instant communication and global conflict, the temptation to manipulate truth for political purposes remains strong. The Gulf of Tonkin incident reminds us that the price of such manipulation is measured not just in political careers, but in human lives. And perhaps that's the most sobering lesson of all. History tried to erase the truth about the Gulf of Tonkin incident, but the truth has a way of surfacing, no matter how deep it's buried. The question is whether we'll learn from that truth or be doomed to repeat the mistakes of the past. The truth has a way of surfacing, no matter how deep it's buried beneath classified documents, official denials, and carefully constructed lies. The stories we've uncovered today are just a fraction of the deceptions, cover-ups, and hidden truths that powerful institutions have tried to erase from memory. If you enjoyed this journey into the conspiracies they hoped you'd never discover, make sure to subscribe and check out our other investigations into the secrets they don't want you to know. Thanks for watching, and as always, keep questioning everything.